Get Jennifer to kick us off and we'll be ready to go.
Nope.
Here you go.
All right, Dr. Newsom, you're ready to go.
Okay. So Jennifer, you just said that.
Yeah, she was just starting off.
Okay, I thought she did something. Okay. All right, go ahead, what do you have for the first time?
So we'll just call the meeting to order. It's 9:38 on 7/7/2021. As you can see, we've got board members Brian Jolly, Rodney Richmond, Debbie Mack, Lenore Newsom, and Lee Kraus here with us today. Also on the staff side have myself, Dr. McCready, Mr. Daniel, Dr. Robertson. I know Dr. Fain is hanging around. I also want to introduce you guys for our first thing to our newest inspector, Brandon Holland. Welcome, Brandon. So, Brandon, you can, for the board's benefit and also those on watching on YouTube, you tell us kind of like who you are, where you're from, and what do you want to do if you grow up. That's like my favorite interview question that people always laugh at, especially farmers like, well, I want to be a pharmacist,
Sure.
you know.
Hey everyone, good morning. My name is Brandon Holland from here in Little Rock. Graduated in 2012 from UAMS. What do I want to do when I grow up? Well, I think I've achieved part of that. We'll see where it goes from here.
He wants to be an inspector.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
So, Brandon, you were at Walmart for 16 years.
Almost 17 years old. So from undergrad, first year undergrad, all the way until just recently this year.
He's already hit the ground running, starting out on inspections. We've got some new store openings, so he's already been out with Dr. Fain. So we're excited to have Brandon on board, and I think we're having a look because I was gone last week, but we'll have him up, and it'll be funny to see how many people go, "Are you really an inspector for the board?" Like, well, you can check the website. Here's my authority to inspect, conduct oversight activities.
John didn't want to step on any toes, but ultimately when I grow up, I want to be you.
Oh, okay. You need to set higher goals. Yeah, the gray hair will come soon enough, I'm sure. So that's been good. I know it's been a long time for us to do that staffing and replacement. I think we're very deliberate in our approach to that. Glad to have you with us. Oddly enough, Rusty stopped by yesterday to see us too, which is kind of funny. So we had our last inspector that retired and sitting there visiting with Brandon and laughing about the things that are about to come his way. I think so. I know Rusty saw for a long time. It's great to see you catch up. A couple of other things. I know Luke was wanting to check on dates for next Informal.
Yeah, and I just found out a couple. We're looking at, I pulled up the calendar and, September and October are busy with meetings and conferences are going, on trips. And then we've got a 3-day formal in October. So I was looking at sometime trying to get one in before the end of the year, looking at November. And I don't know, some of the staff and maybe some of the members, just, ASPAR, that's all.
American Psych.
Yeah, it is the first week of November through the 7th. And then the drug summit's on the 16th, which I believe is in Rogers this year. Got that break up.
And the 11th is Veterans Day.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, we were looking at maybe, so the 11th would be out. So maybe the 9th and 10th.
Okay, I've got an NADP tonight.
9th, okay, then maybe what about,
Yeah, there's still maybe some task forces that are meeting right around that time.
what about the first week of, you got your law review on 29th. So what about the first week of December, like everything's getting like December 1st and 2nd?
Okay, that week is taking up NADP. The whole week. The next week is correct.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to remember what day mid-year is.
Yeah.
Is it the 3rd? Sorry, I think it's the 3rd through the 6th.
Yeah, I have no issue with it after the drug stuff that week, 17th, 18th, if everybody's gonna be back.
They're trying to determine which days specifically they're going to do the task force on, like pharmacy workload issues.
Joint ADP, yeah, so it's gonna be that week.
It may be the 17th, 18th, it may be the 9th or 10th. We may just have to,
So when will they know?
uh,
So it's gonna be one or the other.
I think so.
Well, I think the Brandon said it pretty simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can, so I mean, I've got one or two things in my box that's already ready for next informal, but if that, I mean, if one or the other of those weeks will work, ADP wise, that we could wait a few weeks and see when they set it. If, does anybody have any other issues with either one of those weeks if we came down to it? Either you said something about the 11th. Oh, that's next.
11th.
So yeah, so either 9th and 10th or the 17th and 18th. Anybody have any issues if we get one guy ADP wise? No, let's just wait, maybe give it a couple of weeks and see what the ADP is gonna do, and we just possibly have it next week or the other, the opposite week. Because everybody will be back from Rogers at 16th.
Yeah. I remember what they call it.
Obviously.
I hear you say that your law reviews are scheduled.
So I've got to schedule UAMS. Usually they check with Harding to be sure we can all be on it together.
Right
I
now,
was the person that,
Okay.
so I've not heard. You're telling me it's Monday, $29.
I believe.
I'm showing Monday the 29th at 3 o'clock.
Yeah. That's the day I put down tentatively. And I have it right before one of my trip.
Laying around.
3 to 5 is what I have.
What is mid-year?
So mid-year usually starts us, it would be Sunday, the,
Third.
or no, it'd be Sunday the fifth, and it goes to Thursday the ninth.
Well, that, yeah, that week is down. It's just there for the month, that's all.
All the meetings turned.
We've already got, don't forget August, we've got board hearings, no meetings, no just all hearings with the 9th and 10th. It looks like we're gonna have 2 full days. But we do have already some stuff, we've already got a full day scheduled on the 9th and a half a day scheduled on the 10th. But it looks like we're at that 10th start fill that. So I would plan on 2 full days on that 9th and 10th. And
That's fine.
yes, those are just formal hearings, yes. And then, District 6, 7, and 8 is that last week of August, and we're just planning on if anybody on that, but. And then the full board, and, the October meeting is 12, 13, 14, the hearings on 13, 14. And then the week after that is multi-time, and then the week after that is I don't know, is anybody who talked about the FDA compounds?
Needs to be perfect. When last I heard.
That's 26, 27, 15 people compound. Pharmacy law, national meeting is the next week. So there's a lot that week in October. I mean, that month of October.
Yeah.
Just so you all know, in fall, pharmacy law is like at 8 o'clock, on Tuesday, Thursday. So I'll be late, get back in the hospital.
Or you could guest speaker, but it won't be me.
You say Tuesday, Thursday, today.
So I can be here, definitely back then.
Then I know, John, we had some,
We had a request, and I thought we'd already taken care of it, adding the Walgreens Alliance stores to their MOU.
yeah, and I've got it right here.
That was their,
Well, I think we had it for the last meeting, and I think it overworked. Okay. So, yeah, if you want to discuss that, I've got the MOU right here.
yeah, we have, because it's their specialty pharmacy MOU to be able to fill and deliver to local stores, is that correct? Is that what
Yes.
also- And so we already had a list of Walgreens stores, but they then also have their Alliance specialty stores, and they just want to add those to the list. I didn't think there'd be any problem with the board members, if that's okay, we'll be happy to do that.
So they've got, here's the.
It's like, no.
Nine total.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We've had like 5.
and here's the original 4, and 6 more.
Okay. Yeah, this was so that they didn't have specialty drugs necessarily go to the mail. The patient wanted it for local pickup. We've got Walmart, CVS, as well as Walgreens previously. So they were just wanting to add these other 6 stores. So I'll pass that on.
So Walmart and CVS, do we just do it by store?
Well, we had an approved list of stores that.
Okay.
And they're just wanting to add these to their approved list.
It's just that first sheet.
The first one that has 4 on it is already been approved, so is the one that has 6, there's 6 good ones.
These are the additional locations.
So do we count these stores as drop stations or a simple fill?
No, it's more like simple business. They completely prepare it, and if the patient wants to actually physically retrieve it from the local store, then they're allowed to send it to the local store. So it's another version of simple business.
Otherwise, they mail.
Yeah.
So,
For us, a drop station would be a non-pharmacy if they were wanting to, a drop off station or pickup station. The way we determine the rule is a medical clinic that they would retrieve their medication from. It has to be at least 10 miles from any licensed pharmacy. And they have to have a prescriber there X amount of time before we. So we had a few, there's only a few pockets where there was going to be an eligible location for a pickup station. And the couple that have tried it to pass pretty quickly, or oftentimes it appears pretty quickly, the pharmacy would realize that they did not have a real good chain of custody because they were having to rely on someone else to do their signature and everything else would agree on.
I would think on special too. Handling the pharmacy distribution, rather than shipping it to the post office or US. You know, a lot of those are food fairs, so it's actually.
Yeah. It's a human touch.
Well, Jennifer just asked if everybody would speak up. Mike's up here, she said she could hear John and I, but some of the other people are.
That might have been a complaint that she heard.
We always got trouble talking to class, that was really scary.
I learned not even to whisper.
I like it for you. No.
I guess I'm just wondering, why are we doing it piecemeal like that? If we think it's okay, is it okay?
Well, we've done it this way in the past to ensure that
I
any
knew we
location
did.
shipping are licensed with us in a good standing. So that we didn't have someone unlicensed with us that called, oh, we've got MOU, we can ship one, it's all under MOU. That part.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that it's.
What's the difference between Walgreens specialty and Alliance Arts? Alliance Arts just a
It,
front facing name of.
I think so.
Specialty.
it's just how they organize it in their business model. So up to you guys, yes, no, maybe. That'd be great, we'll put it in the record.
Have a motion to approve the motion in public discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
There's that. So we will let them know that that is approved and we'll sign it voting for. So we also had, we did have something originally at 9:30 that has dropped off for us, so we do just have some extra time for discussion topics. Luke, we've had one that we have had some people from the support group with existing agreements with the board that when they return to practice, the board had said, we want to monitor you for X amount of time, whether it's 5 years or 10 years or lifetime. And we've got requests now that some people want to come back and discuss what appears to be, released from their contract at an earlier date. Luke explained better than I can, but this is something the board had previously decided. There was, potential appeal process, like all of that is expired. So we were not about to just start scheduling people to come in with those discussions until we heard from the board. Is this something you're interested in? Is this something that's already been decided previously that there's not a rediscussion or revisit of? one thing about it is, and of course, it was in many ways a previous board that made this decision, and so you guys may not know all the facts of any of those matters. If you did want to revisit any of these or open that for discussion, how did you want staff to do it? If that was part of the wish. So.
And these are like, all y'all familiar, I've been on the board long enough, everybody here except for Informal, or, when the board, when, the support group members come in, y'all hear, their story, make a decision on, they're on, when they get advocacy, are they on for 5 years, usually from the start, and then sometimes there's a relapse, there's, whatever, other issues, they get either 10-year or a lifetime monitoring contract. So we've had some of the members that have extended contracts where they need 10 years or lifetime have asked to come back before the board to ask to be released early from the contract. These were board decisions that were decided, and a lot of them happened, at Informal, and they agreed to these conditions, to probation, to whatever. They also have the right to appeal that to a full board hearing. And that's the process. They have those processes, available to them. If they don't like the decision that the Informal made, that recommendation, they go to a full board hearing. If they don't like that decision, they can go to court. They've had those processes. So now that after they've agreed to do this, now they want to go back and say, well, I want my contract lessened, or I want out of it, or whatever the case may be. So I would just say that I think this will set a bad precedent if we start allowing people to come back in and say, well, yes, I agreed to this 3 years ago, but now I want out of it. They had legal options available to them, and they chose not to take those at the time, and whatever decision, I don't know why, that's only whatever decision they made back then, but I just think it would be a bad precedent to start letting people come in and relitigate their contracts. But that being said, of course, it would be the board's decision.
And even if it was an Informal, the full board then saw and approved the order.
Yes, most of the support group stuff appears before Informal, because they're just, it would almost be unfair to, make somebody wait 4 or 5 months between meetings. So, the board has said, well, the Informal can, make these decisions. But even if that, even that being said, if they don't like the Informal decision, they always have the right to come to the full board hearing. And the full board has always approved, those probation consent agreements. So it is an order from the full board that's out there that, you agree to do this, you agree to do that. I don't know, I think when you set that precedent to start letting people relitigate there. When they had all the legal options available to them, they could have taken the steps at the previous time. That time expired.
And just a clarification on that. So usually they get these, they don't go into the support group and all of a sudden they get a lifetime contract. They usually get that as a result of relapses.
Well, no, we've had a couple people that this, either the severity or the worry about what was going on, they immediately got a lifetime. It's hard not to get into some very specific things, but I know like Dr. Newsom, who's been here more than anybody else, there have been some, and the board basically said, the only way I'm going to give you the option is if we monitor you as long as you're a pharmacist. And we've had a couple of times where, it's only happened once or twice, where the Informal would say, we're willing to do this, and you get to the full board goes, no, not enough. Or they come to the Informal, and the Informal says, no, we're not even prepared. You have advocacy, we're not prepared to even let you go back to work because of the severity of what has happened. We've had a couple of folks that the legal action that was happening separate from the board, the criminal action, where we even had the prosecutor say, look, if this person will agree to sign a lifetime contract with the Board of Pharmacy, where as long as they're working in the pharmacy to access drugs, they're monitored by the board, then instead of a felony, we'll pursue a misdemeanor, we'll let them plead now. So there have been a couple where or at least one I know of, where the person's even come to the board saying, I'm wanting to sign a lifetime contract because that's the agreement that I have external board. It gets weird because a lot of times we have law enforcement agencies that are watching what action the board takes. And when the board has taken a lifetime contract or an advanced, amount of time contract right off the bat, at times that has, softened, the approach of law enforcement, what they were doing, because at that point, they expected, you know what, if the board of pharmacy is gonna do this, then I don't have to do, they're gonna do A, and I don't have to do B, I'll go ahead and consider C.
And also just to add to Dr. Cross's question, it's kind of a case by case. I mean, if it's somebody coming in and they're deferring and they have a problem, I mean, that's one thing, but I mean, if it's somebody that's involved in criminal activity, you know, that may be involved in, you know, outside of personal use.
Yeah.
So there may be a, you know, I mean, that's looked at, I mean, a lot stronger than it would be somebody that has a medical condition and it's, you know, as opposed to somebody that's, you know, probably has a medical condition too, but they're also, you know, they used it through a criminal means to, you know, supply somebody else, whatever the case may be. Just kind of looked at this case by case. But I mean, we do have some, I mean, I don't know how many, but there are several in there that have, I mean, they have one-time contracts, they agree to that at that time.
And these are cases that are based on fact. And when they come back in here, the facts are still there.
Right.
And some of this stuff, I don't even want to open it back up.
Right. No,
Because it's either be on a lifetime and be able to practice.
you might make it worse.
Yeah, you should have practiced. So it's that bad, but they
Yeah.
somehow got themselves together enough that they can't practice, but it has to be under certain circumstances. And I don't think we should mess with any of that.
Well, that's what I have said before, is if the board started from scratch and re-examined a case, they may want it to be worse than it is now.
And it would have to be a complete reexamination. We can't sit here not knowing what happened years ago.
I mean, I'm not saying that there's not a situation that maybe in the future at some point would warrant review, but I can't, I mean, I'd be afraid that we hope that.
I think you also lose, potentially some context over time too, as opposed to what a previous board's decision would be. John's point, if you go either way, I agree with Luke. I'd be concerned about the precedent that we would be setting. And overruling a board's previous decision based on what was going on with that.
We wouldn't have been here that day, so, I mean.
Yeah.
More than likely.
While the records would be available from other sources, there's not a transcript of the board proceeding, right?
No, not for those old informants. I mean, we
Yeah, a lot of, I mean, some of those years ago, they weren't even recorded. We have no idea what was said, or, you know, the reasoning behind whatever. I mean, there's always minutes of formal meetings, but yeah, some of those are informal, we have no idea.
So what's the exact request again, Lou?
They're just asking we've had a couple that have requested to come in to ask to be released early from their contract.
or to discuss the terms of it. Which, you know, most people, it's, you know, the first 5 years is on probation, or and the board has even had to consider that for the first 5 years you do your community service, and then after that, I can say it levels out, but it levels out with a set of criteria that are for any extension basically beyond that. And we hear stuff like, well, it's hard to go on vacation out of the country, or it's hard to take a vacation here and have to drug test. But I mean, our support group works with people, not like in year 2 of a contract or maybe in year 3, but it's pretty, I don't want to say easy. There are a lot of places all over this country that you can get drug tested if you need to. And it's our good friend Malcolm from Louisiana would say there's a price and a privilege, and this is in many ways a price and a privilege to be able to continue to practice pharmacy.
And they were given a chance, and this is their chance, but a lot of this is like last resort type stuff. Really, when you start thinking back on it, you say, wow.
Well, you start,
Yeah.
I mean, you've been here longer than I have, and lifetime contract was a big commitment for the pharmacist, but it was also a stretch oftentimes to the board of, if this doesn't work this time, it's just over. And sometimes that happened the first time they made it.
and this board hasn't seen one of those type of cases. You know what, as long as they were there, a lot of stuff
There
was
was a
going
pocket
on.
of it.
Yeah, and then it just kind of,
More recently would be advanced contracts because of some relapse issues. But
it's been a few years.
you've seen some
yeah.
stories.
Well, these are not requests that are necessarily supported by Turner either, right? This is the
No,
individuals.
Turner, yeah, this is individuals. Turner has been very clear. I mean, every time I talk to Turner, Turner's like, or he would generally say, and he would be happy to correct me if I'm wrong, you know, Turner brings the advocacy and the support to return to practice. Turner gives updates on what the monitoring is, but I don't think Turner sees it as his aspect to argue with the board or second guess the board of like what the actual terms are. He's carrying them out. And he wouldn't tell us if someone is doing well currently, but he's not going to come in and say, I mean, Turner's not going to say, you only gave 5 years, you should have given them 10, but it's also not going to say you gave them 10, you should give them 5.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff he comes in here with are decisions from the executive committee. Those are, I mean, the executive committee said, yes, they should get access. Yes, we believe they should move up at hours, so I mean, there's been a vote on everything that he brings, so, I mean, it's right here. And we had him scheduled this morning, he said that.
Yeah, they didn't have any advances or anything, we're able to take care of it.
And I even emailed him, I said, does the board have any, I mean, does the sport group have any? He said, we don't have any, but there, of course, there are some things that won't move us. So that's their.
So we've had someone else, and I'm still trying to find my records because this came up. Not talking about the individual, but this came up originally when I was on vacation right before board meetings, and of course I've been gone for a period of time on the hardest vacation I've ever taken in my life. The board has always said, as far as I remember, and by all means, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but anytime you've had a time period of a contract that has been that amount of time while working. And so if people have decided not to work for a year, it has paused that time period. So if you say 5 years, it's like 5 years working. If it's 10 years, it's 10 years working. The board used to not necessarily put that in the contract, but it was always basically the verbal instruction of the board that is how we counted that time. So we've had at least one person say, well, I don't see that in my contract. And I seem to remember having this conversation with that person of, well, if you don't work, that's kind of, but now they think they're in a calendar time, even though they haven't been working. So my thought is, well, unless the board has told you otherwise, they've always said that means while you were working, if you don't work, it extends. But I wanted to hear from you guys, is that what your intent continues to be on those contracts or not?
Basically, if somebody would take a time out if they wanted to. And your time is keep, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and, serve is time served.
Yeah. So do you want us to count it as time while you're working?
Because we need to actually see that they are working, able to function in the workplace.
Yeah.
It's not just take off 5 years and come back.
Yeah. I mean, and when they're taking that time off, they are monitored, but they're not in the candy store. They're not actually dealing with the necessary stressors of pharmacy.
And that's our charge to them, is to be on their job where we actually know they're functioning and able to.
That's what I thought, but I wanted to bounce off you guys as well.
Well, it's not the phone unless we specifically say so. So now, we're saying so.
Well, I mean, it was always said, I seem to recall that even when we were at the old building in the room down the hallway, that was always the expression is used. It was, okay, we're going to do 5 years, we're going to do 10 years. And it's, let us know when you're working so that we count that time. And we've had a couple people over the years that, wound up with a job separation or something, and it extended their contract by some period of time. And I don't think everybody always realized that originally, but, like Dr. Light had full records on that stuff as well. And, he was always very clear about that with us. And so like we were really well.
found some of the verbiage in the contract and modified.
We modified it since then, after that had come up a few years back, to ensure that it said that
Yeah, it does say that. I think this was a contract from,
10 years ago.
yeah, so yeah, but it is in there now.
Because, people move around and people go back and say, well, I don't remember that. And everybody's just going, I seem to remember that. So we have little iterations of updates to ensure that stuff. Years ago, we put in a clause that even after you graduate from the program, you agree not to use drugs. And that if the board calls you for a drug screen, you agree to comply. We at one point had to add in a clause that, if you violate this, you agree to immediately surrender your license. We've only had one person that ever refused. So we had a full hearing and the board revoked it.
I mean, those extra clauses are kind of like warning labels and stuff, they're there for a reason.
Yeah.
And it's, I don't know why you have to tell somebody not to stick their hand in their water, but apparently you do. So it's kind of the same way. I mean, a lot of them are there because of something's happened and it's been added.
Yeah. You go to your RV and you look at the manual, it says you have to actually operate it while it's in motion. Like someone has to actually drive it, you don't just get to put on cruise control and go back and play cards.
There was a case on that.
I know, it's literally in the manual, so.
Don't touch the chainsaw blade.
Yeah, it's
Or
really-
when the chainsaw is running.
Yeah.
It's there for a reason.
It's somebody did it.
Somebody's walking around without a hand, and probably $1 million, and they sued them because they didn't know they were doing it.
Still that coffee on when it was still hot.
McDonald's,
They lost that case.
They lost that case. There's a lot more to that one.
yeah, McDonald's paid a lot of money with that.
They made that like really bad. So you don't have to be on Zoom yourself. We got it all up here.
Yeah, but I can't, here's what I can't be saying.
Oh, that is true.
I'm just a voice in the back, like Morgan Freeman dairy.
So another issue that we have, and a lot of these we're just trying to discuss, and get guidance to staff. We understand, we've talked a lot about workflow in both formal and informal meetings. As of late, there is something that I've heard snippets from other states, but apparently it is here as well, that there is some approach on, when technicians or support staff do things and when pharmacists look at it. And what the staff has consistently said, I think the board has as well, is that any actions that are done by a technician as a technician duty must be supervised by the pharmacist, which our understanding, and I know Dr. Craig and I talked about this a good bit, I think you're saying as well, is, well, if the technician's doing it, then a pharmacist should do a final check. Like, if you aren't doing a final check, I'm not exactly sure how you are supervising that. So one approach, and some of you may have heard this from other states, is there are people that want to, everyone's trying to incorporate more and more computerization, digitization, and so there are machines like, a lot of infants have like an icon machine that takes a picture of the pills, so you can tell if it's the right pills or the right number. But every situation I had seen, if you have like that type of picture, once it goes in the bottle with the label, and the pharmacist looks to go, bottle with label pills, yes. So not just a digitized, yes, I verified the input of the prescription, yes, I can see what's on the picture that was on the tray, but also then doing a final visual verification that, yes, it's the right pills bottle. We actually had a med error that we had in informals that, everything digitally looked like it was done right, but the person obviously received a sleeping pill instead of something that was a diet pill in one instance. And those two should be very difficult to distinguish when the diet pills have blue speckles on white pills and others are just white pills, but somehow happen. So our question before we engage further in this is, does the board want the staff to basically say, you still have to have a final verification on this, or is the picture of the icon or of the pills before they go in the bottle and a check visually of the label sufficient? I see you go, no.
I think that there still needs to be
I'm lost in that.
All right, what does our rules, that then it,
Well, I mean, if you look at our rules, it talks about, having supervision on any tech duties. And to us, the easiest way to prove supervision is, you know what, if there's a final check in before it goes over the counter. It's the same discussion we had was, once it goes over the counter, anything that a tech function, non-pharmacist function could have done that would have been supervised has been checked. You can't add more stuff to it. So we struggle with how you are doing the final check. Now, if there's a difference, if there's a picture of the pills in the bottle, I think that you can actually check the label in the bottle that way versus just pictures of pills on a counting tray. Because like there's a comedian that talks about he got a ticket for his car being, somebody said, show me proof. And there's a picture of the car, and he couldn't tell thing. He said, his response was he wrote on the moon. It says, well, here, now my car is on the moon because the picture says on the moon. And it's like, even though it wasn't physically on the moon. That makes sense.
Well, and another issue is that as it comes through, the labeling is happening down here, and we've had prescriptions that have come through. Somebody took the prescriptions and somebody slaps the wrong label on the bottles, and now somebody's not taking medication as prescribed. Because that's not really verified. That's not a final verification.
Well, and in many ways, I would think if this is a corporation that had done that and there was a misfield and the pharmacist was following the corporation's policy, I don't see this the pharmacist's fault, but the corporation told them they weren't to check it in a final check. All of a sudden, all liability goes to the corporation, which seems idiotic. And some people go, oh, we'll take that. But that's a patient risk as much as anything.
so what is an example of, and maybe we're talking about a previous thing, what's an example of somebody not wanting to do a final check?
Well, this is a update in policy and procedure to where if they have a camera that takes a picture of the pills on a counting tray or on like I say icon, it's probably a trademark name, on an icon type machine, they go, oh, the right pills were pulled, it's the right number of them when it's bottom. But if I'm visually looking at the label on the computer to validate it, and I'm visually looking at the pills, I'm then saying, okay, everything's great, and then the support section one puts the pills, the bottle, and the label together, and it passes it over the way that I'm being told. Yeah.
Now, of course, you know that that's linked to a prescription number.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can see, I can see John Smith label for lisinopril on my computer screen, but it's all the input. It's not the actual label, it's the input that's going to print on the label. And I can see that there's a tray with a picture of 30 lisinopril on it. And
Not the prescription number.
well, it's attached to the same, yeah, it's attached to the same thing, yeah. And it may be even next to the label. I mean, we're early in this, and we're hearing other states discussing it and discovered that it is happening in Arkansas. And what you guys tell us, you guys tell us that's not acceptable, we're gonna say, go fix it. And if someone says, well, we don't want to fix it, then they're gonna come in here and have to discuss with you guys, where you can either ask us to charge them for every instance where they weren't supervising that duty, which is going to add up really, really quick, or some other, action. I mean, it's one of those, we can ask them to fix it before it's a problem. If they do, then, we fix a procedure. If they don't want to do it, then they can have a hearing, and you guys get to decide what to do about it.
Didn't we hear some proposed technology a month or so ago from Walmart, where they were wanting to spot check
Yeah,
on, like, I think it was central fill?
and you guys said no.
And we said no, because there has to be a final check, which is 100%.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can see how far that slippery slope would go.
Yeah.
That if it becomes okay for one thing, then all of a sudden you can fill an entire line and have a statistical spot check, and it'd be a fraction of a percent of the volume that's done.
Well, and I think to your point, I would say to your point, we used to have corporations come in and tell us their accuracy on prescriptions, and then you've seen the projects we've done, both in chain and independent, there's a different level of what we would call accuracy, not necessarily misfield, but there's a difference in our interpretation of accuracy and others, because we did a retrospective analysis of a full accuracy audit versus, well, these are what we know about. And it's been, we're one of, I think, 3 states that have done that. And then now when we ask companies what their accuracy is, well, that's protected information we can't share.
Yeah, I kind of think you're opening up, kind of like, in, the instance that our Richard was talking about. I mean, you kind of open up a Pandora's box, because you have some of those fellow performances. We've had people in here to say, they fill 56,000 prescriptions a day. I mean, and if, somebody local gets to do it, they're all going to do it. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of prescriptions a week going out of this check.
And once again, I would say there's a difference in having, a full video or pictures of every aspect of the bottle versus the preparatory side.
I think there's also, to your point, piggyback on that, I think it depends on the technology too. I think about some of the systems I'm familiar with out there in the hospital, where there's a lot of barcode scanning, there's fail safes that are built in. This just kind of sounds like I haven't seen the technology.
And I haven't fully looked at it myself, but it's even in barcode, you can barcode what you're putting in the machine, you can barcode what's coming out of the machine. But at the same time, at some point, you got to make sure that even though it was barcoded and scanned, someone didn't then take the wrong bottle and dump it in. So at some point, you need a picture of what's in the package, along with the label.
No, I'm talking about picture technology.
Yeah.
Here with barcode.
Exactly.
Well, I think we need to have technology augment the process that we have on the books, not replace the process.
Well, and in my mind, I think, like, because we employ icons in some of our stores, and I look at that not as I don't look at that as a final check or really something that should be scrutinized in this room as much as technology that helps my staff accurately fill the prescription up to the final check where I have minimal error in my final check. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
In other words, the final check is what we're all here about, but how it got to that final check, well, that's site specific almost.
Yeah.
So some use icons, some don't. Maybe they use some other barcode scanning technique, I don't know, but all that is left up to really the pharmacy as far as getting it to that final check spot. And then that final check spot, that's us.
So, one of my favorite sayings, and most of you guys know Michael Monet, he oftentimes says input plus throughput equals output. This is input and throughput, but I think in the dispensing process, before there is output, at the end of all that, there has to be some sort of a final check, is what I would say. It sounds like you guys are agreeing.
And I think what we talked about today is 2 or 3 different scenarios too, like that, central fill, it kind of comes from other states, like Texas has a rule that you can verify it when it goes into the little machine. And if you verify it there, you don't have to verify it on the end. That's just their particular rule. But, we did talk through that and decided, no, you have to verify it at the end. And then if somebody else is not wanting to look at the actual bottle after they fill it, I mean, that isn't Walmart, because I know Walmart.
Yeah, this is not
I'm sure what Walgreens says, but yeah, they have a final check at the end.
Yeah.
And that's written into the policies and procedures. But then it brings up that third scenario of, then there is some paperwork that might be happening outside of the final check that, causes another conversation. So it's almost like the whole entire thing needs to be dissected, looked at by the board of what do we expect.
And I feel like what you guys have consistently said, but we bring up these situations, because other pharmacists thinking about this can go back and watch on YouTube. Not naming who this is specifically, but when we have a conversation of that's not acceptable, and they go, is it really? I'm like, you can go watch this. This is when you can see the board have a general discussion.
Right.
If you want to refuse to cooperate, then you're going to get to see yourself on this video explaining to the board why you don't want to follow what the board considers to be the rule. But every time I've ever had this conversation with the board, you guys keep telling me one thing, and that is there has to be a final check. I mean, no matter what the intervening parts are, there has to be a final check with a pharmacist after all other duties and pieces have been put together.
That's my feeling.
So it's final at the end is.
Yeah.
And that's,
Yeah.
this was saying there's 3 different scenarios.
Yeah.
So that,
And there'll be 14 more by the end of,
the next.
the next year
technology.
probably. Well, what if we did such and such and then added that to it? And the problem is, if whenever there's and then this happens, and then this happens, the last one should be, and then the pharmacist does a final check. That, seems clear to me.
I mean, as somebody that uses basket system, some people don't like that, some do, but, when we pass the baskets over,
You're done with it.
it generally goes in a sack. I can't imagine, I don't think we need to, I don't feel like we need to worry about, we don't have to put it in the sack, is what I'm trying to say.
No.
We just need to make sure that.
The package of everything that's done has been checked, and then the board's never cared, like the clerk would put it in the sack. Yeah, and no given, they could bag it up wrong, but the prescription has been final checked and the materials that go with it and everything else.
But as far as the semantics and getting it to that point where they count by 3s or 5s, or each night, out of the magic wand, I don't care how they get there, so it's checked.
Some people count by 4s.
Yeah, that's a wild cat.
You're saying, they check the pills, they check the label, they check the paperwork that goes with it. It could be all thrown into something, basket or
Yeah.
whatever.
Right.
Then somebody, a non-pharmacist can finish all the rest of that, but the pharmacist needed to see all the steps to that.
Yeah. They have to see the final conglomeration of all the products.
So the technology can advance, but it can't replace that.
Right, that's absolutely.
I'm good.
With, Mr. Norton, I see you on, or everybody you have, are y'all still waiting on people, or,
Karat, I see you.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, say that again, Mr. Daniel?
No, I said, I just see where you're wrong. We were just seeing if, you're still waiting on anybody to get on, or if you're all ready, or if you need to get.
We're ready.
I have one.
Yes.
Mr. Shahawal is on. He's identified as Karat.
Hello.
Yeah.
I have Neha here with me as well. Ms. Patel.
We need to turn it on.
Hello, board members and staff.
Steve Martin,
Right, I was trying to get the volume turned up here, remember.
Oh, actually, so if y'all said, oh, we're fine.
Now try it. I think that it may just be this. If you guys could talk again, we're gonna make sure the board members can hear you.
This is Karat. I'm the pharmacist in charge of the Powerhouse Pharmacy. I have Ms. Patel here. She's also a pharmacist, chief compliance officer with me.
Okay.
Um,
And then if, Eric, let's make sure we can hear you better as well.
Okay, how does this sound?
Much better. Perfect.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Norton, if you, like I said, they've already introduced themselves. If you want to introduce yourself, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Curley, and he'll introduce everybody else.
Sure, my name is Eric Nordan. I am both a pharmacist, practicing pharmacist and attorney in Michigan. I serve as Michigan counsel for Powerhouse Pharmacy, helping them in all matters that may or may not relate to Michigan compliance.
So I'm John Kirkley. I'm the Director of the Board of Pharmacy. I'm going to tell you guys who all you're speaking with today here at our table. You'll see actually Mr. Daniel on his own separate screen because he doesn't show up on our main feed. Mr. Daniel is our legal counsel. Here at the main table, we have on this side of the table, myself and Dr. Brenda McCready. Dr. McCready is our Assistant Director. We also have one of our investigators, Dr. Kevin Robertson, who is actually beside Mr. Daniel, you can't see, and a couple of our other investigators are present as well. On the other side of the table, these are actually pharmacist board members who are the decision makers here today. I've got Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenora Newsom, who's the chair of our informal committee, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Brian Johnson. We call this an informal conference because it is much less formal than having a full board hearing or appearance before the full board. We're not swearing everyone in to take testimony. We're basically going to have a discussion kind of back and forth across the table. In today's discussion, the board members will see under Powerhouse Pharmacy a copy of their out-of-state pharmacy application. We had originally had a couple of issues with the application and therefore denied it. I know that we've gotten some extra information, I believe, since then that Dr. McCready can speak to. During this discussion, I'm sure the board members and staff will probably have some questions and some discussion for you guys at Powerhouse. And at the end of the discussion, the board members can make one of several decisions. They can decide to approve your application, deny your application, approve your application under some certain criteria, or any one of a range of decisions. The important thing is you can either agree or disagree with the board's decision. So if it's something you agree to, we go forth today with whatever the board members have decided and memorialize that or process or whatever it is. If you disagree, it gives you guys a chance to say, well, then we would like to have a hearing before the full board at a later date. That is a little bit more of a formal meeting where we have a court reporter, a hearing officer, and swear everyone in, much more like you see as an episode of Going to Court on TV almost. So more importantly, and I know Mr. Norton being an attorney, he can appreciate that. Do you guys have any questions about the process today?
No, we're good.
Okay. With that, I will turn it over to Dr. McCready.
We received an application for Powerhouse Pharmacy on December 12, 2019. We asked for some documentation. Whenever we get a application that has compounding involved in that facility, we ask for some extra documentation. That documentation comes to me, I review it, and I turn it over to Kevin, who's our sterile and non-sterile compounding expert. And we had asked for some responses to the BPP inspection that we did not receive. So the application was actually denied for failure to respond to those documents. Once we sent the denial, they sent that paperwork in, appealed the decision, and they're here today for that appeal. I think Dr. Robertson might have had a couple of questions he wanted to ask regarding some things that he saw in the pictures, but other than that, I think he was okay with the BPP and the information that we received post the original denial. So let's turn it over to Dr. Robertson and let him.
Yeah, so Dr. Robertson is right off screen right there.
Yeah, I'll try to speak up where you can hear me. So first question is, do you still not do sterile compounding? Still do a non-sterile compounding?
Yes, that is correct. We do not do sterile compounding. And first of all, thank you guys, all the board members and the legal counsels for this opportunity for us to at least tell on behalf of us that whatever we could clarify, we would be like more than glad to make sure everything's clear from our end. But to answer your question, yes, that is correct. We do not do sterile compounding at all.
Okay. Second question would be, if you had a BPP done in 2019, you had a Texas Board of Pharmacy inspection done in 2019, and within those, there were a few findings. So the Texas Board of Pharmacy findings was that you had some issues. I think they issued a warning notice related to training records. Was that fixed?
Which notice are we talking about?
2019, the Texas Board of Pharmacy had an inspection and they cited you for not maintaining proper training records for non.
Yes, we do. We have fixed it. We
Okay.
even had a recent State Board of Inspection. This was like mid-April this year, and everything was clear. Like we did not have any discrepancy in that at all.
Okay, if you'll forward that to us.
Absolutely, yes.
Have that later. Okay, and the VPP, you responded to the VPP for 2019, that issues will be fixed. Have all those been fixed per your response?
That is correct. All the VPP discrepancies has been fixed. As a matter of fact, we also received URAC accreditation, the mail order after that. So we had made sure that any discrepancy that were mentioned in any prior inspections that we continually improve and build upon to improve to keep the pharmacy standards up to the highest level.
I just commented on it. Well, since it was non-sterile.
See, Dr.
Just your question, I'm not sure the answer to the question. I thought your question asked them, did they do non-sterile compounding? And what they said was, we are not doing sterile compounding.
Well, I thought I asked if either do sterile compound.
Yeah. I think so, you're still not doing sterile compound.
Yeah, I may have phrased it properly.
Okay, so, as long as they answer the question.
Yeah.
And what is it that you want back from them? Annual inspection for the Texas Board?
Yeah, Texas Board.
And I actually do have a question on the compounding questionnaire that you completed. You listed that currently you're not doing any veterinary compounding. Is that still correct?
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating the question for me,
You
please?
Sure, you mentioned on the application that you were not doing any veterinary compounding. Is that still correct?
That is correct, yes.
And Arkansas has some specific rules and regulations regarding office stock and veterinary compounding. So if you're going to get into that, you would need to contact us before you do that. And we also have some rules and regulations regarding office stock. So if you're going to be doing an office stock, you need to contact us as well as about that.
Absolutely.
So Kevin, so you would have seen the instances, but something that APT mentioned or Texas Board mentioned, and you have seen since the answers they gave back. So
Because they responded to the VPP, and I just wanted to make sure that per the response, they said they were going to fix those issues. So, and then for Pharmacy Texas has done a follow-up inspection.
And I think that was kind of the issue at first, like we received, Dr. McCready and Dr. Roberts will receive the inspectors, look through, saw the issues, asked for the responses, I don't know if there was some breakdown in communication, so anyway, we didn't get them at that time, so that's why the application was denied, because they had those issues, but they've since provided that, like I said, Dr. McCready, Dr. Robertson reviewed that, and they just wanted to see that food inspection. Just to be sure there weren't any similar stuff that had been corrected.
do we have any other questions or discussion? They have all, they made all the, criteria that they need to satisfy?
Minus sending in what he just asked for. But yeah, they said that shouldn't be a problem. Y'all get that to us pretty quickly, I would imagine. Y'all get us that annual inspection pretty quickly.
The April inspection, can you send that to us?
Yes, absolutely.
So we want a motion, pending receiving the rest of the information.
I would say, yeah, I mean, motion to grant pending no issues with that new inspection that board staff has. So
I'll second. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
And I know this is an old application, this is an application from 2019, but seeing as last year, the issues that we had, trying to get them in and out, I would just say,
Process it as
process it as it is. don't worry about that, but, so, y'all understand, the decision they made, they're gonna grant the license once we get that new inspection and look at it and see that there's no issues, and then, we'll get it granted, so, and, Mr. Norton, you've got my email, if you just wanna send it to that, or however you wanna get it to us.
Yes, sir.
Email would probably be the quickest way, and then, they'll look at it, and I'll get back to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Got questions here, or anything before we break?
No, thank you. Stay
All
safe.
right,
and
thank you for being here. Sorry it's taking so long to get this heard out.
Thank you for your patience.
Appreciate your guys' time.
Have a great afternoon.
You too, thank you. Our next one is at 11, and it's an application, and they're gonna be here in person. It's a local application. So I don't know, y'all wanna take a hour and a half, y'all wanna take a few minutes, break, or whatever you want to do. That's just-
Yeah, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Take a break. Okay. Take a break.
hold on, and let's get muted. Jennifer, you listening?
the green tea.
Okay.
We good?
Now, Steve Bradford called, Steve Bradford called the top. Do you use the same kind of way he would do it, make it pop just like that? That's a year ago. Wait a minute.
We should be good now.
We are back. We have Mark McCormick, who is CEO and one of the owners of Scripto. You'll just introduce yourself, just real quick, anything else or that you want to add to that?
Sure, my name is Mark McCormick. I'm the CEO, one of the owners, the majority shareholder of Scripto Inc., the business at Scripto Pharmacy out of Woodland, Texas.
And I'll turn it over to Dr. Kurt Lee, who is our executive director, and he'll introduce everybody here, just kind of the process.
Sure. So one thing, our microphone that picks up is actually over there by you, but if you just make sure you speak loud enough that we can hear you, it'll pick up there. We try to do the same. No one usually has a problem hearing myself or Mr. Daniel, but other times if you can't hear us, let us know also, because it is kind of a big range. I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. On this side of the table, we are all staff. Myself, Dr. Brenda McCready is our assistant director. We have a couple of our inspector investigators here with us today, and student on rotation. On the other side, these are our decision makers. These are our pharmacist board members serving on this committee today. Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenora Newsom, who's the chair of this informal committee, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Brian Jones. With this, in a moment, I'll turn it over to Dr. McCready to explain. There were some concerns about the original application and the membership criteria for access to use the pharmacy. That's just a little bit different than some stuff we had seen before. In this process, we call this an informal conference, and we're just going to talk back and forth across the table. We're not swearing everybody in. We don't have a hearing officer or court reporter or anything else. And at the end of the discussion, the board members will have an opportunity to make some decision. And that decision could be to deny the application, to approve the application, to approve the application pending certain items or anything else. And the biggest thing for you is you have the chance to either agree or disagree with what they say. If you agree with it, we go forward with whatever the board members have said today and with whatever we need to do. If you disagree, it's kind of your chance to either say, well, forget this and walk away, or say, well, I would like to have a hearing before the full board at a later date on your application. Okay. So realizing you've probably never been to one of these, do you have any questions about how this works?
No, sir. I've done it. I did South Carolina.
Okay. Yeah.
Over webinar.
Oh, yeah.
So
it's probably similar to that. If you have any questions about any procedure, anything you need to ask during it, by all means, you can wave your hands, get our attention. We're going to be sure we don't answer any questions that you've got as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll turn it over to Dr. McCready.
Basically, as Dr. Curley said, we had some questions about your business model. Did you license in South Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you tell the board a little bit about the pharmacy and the business model? The issue that we have is that, like with the membership clubs here, they can't require a patient to have a membership to get prescription filled there. So we had an issue with that because there was a membership fee with this facility. So we talked to them about that, and I'm gonna let them talk about what they do and how they're going to meet the Arkansas requirements for that.
Sure. So when we first started to think about doing Scripto, we figured that there was going to be a couple boards that didn't want to limit access. We didn't know which ones. We didn't feel like spending the time to do it to go find out if that was going to be a problem or not. So what we came up with is, for a membership pharmacy, we don't bill insurance, so not billing. We don't have insurance contract. We don't bill them. So by not having insurance, not billing Medicare, Medicaid, our usual and customary is just the same price that we buy the drugs for. It's pass-through pricing. We only make money on membership, and then if they run out of free shipments, they get 4 free shipments a year as a member. If they run out of that, then there's a possibility we make money on shipping. We don't advertise it, $1 here, $2 there. But all the money is made, all the revenue is generated from the membership. Only the drugs are strictly passive pricing. So we wanted to do something totally different. We came up with this idea. We spent a lot of time and money on IT to make it happen and integrate with our pharmacy system and website. And the idea that we came up with is, if you're a member, you pass your pricing. If your membership expires, the credit card expires, you cancel your membership, or you're a non-member, then you pay not our UNC, but our non-member price of the cost plus $50. So there's no penalties to cancel. There's no early cancellation, there's no contract. They can sign up, and the credit card can get expired 12 months from now, and then they can just basically go into the portal, rejoin, and get that cost price. We, as far as addressing the patient's freedom of choice, we steer everybody towards the website. The .pharmacy accredited, whatever you call the bits now, not that yet. But we do have some older patients that are in the 90s that want to sign up. And we do have customer service with text, and we'll sign them up over the phone. We also have the option to pay for it over the phone.
How do people find out about you?
Yeah, so we started this pharmacy, and we self-funded it on the original partners. And we've had some news releases, but we were on the Today Show like April 20th. And so we have a PR contact that we've been going after news releases. And we just raised some seed funding in October, and we're about to start launching a national ad campaigns. But obviously we're waiting on state licenses to start coming through. So we're licensed in 41 states. We're about to start advertising, but it's all been strictly news releases.
So the 4 free shipments, is that tied to the membership?
Yes, ma'am. So how it works is there's 2 memberships available. It's a quarterly or a yearly. The quarterly is $50 per quarter, and the yearly is $140. So if you do the yearly and you don't cancel, you save $60. And then what it totals out to is 4 free shipments per year. So if you're a quarterly, you get 1 free shipment, and then when you burn that, you get to choose your shipment options until the next time the membership hits. Same thing with the yearly. You get 4 free shipments. Once you burn those, you have to pay for shipping until the membership renews.
So if a patient from Arkansas wants to use your pharmacy, but they don't want to pay the membership fee, they're going to have to pay to have that membership.
That's right. So they would pay for the non-member fee, and then, which it's just the price of the meds.
It's not really a non-member fee, it's if they pay for their prescription cost.
Yeah. Which is like, instead of paying 90 cents, it's $50.90 for RX. And then they have to pay for shipping. So we don't, so here's our difference is like, if you look at like Sam's Club or Costco, so they're billing insurance. So by them allowing for them to be licensed in Arkansas or South Carolina, they can't change their cash price. They can't say, hey, because they're changing their UNC.
Yeah, they can't change their UNC for cash customers, because it gets them in trouble with Medicaid or Part D plans or whatever.
Right.
Since you have no insurance contracts, you're literally showing this drug costs me $1.50. Since you're a member, you get it for $1.50 as part of your cost. So is this generally like single prescriptions? Do you do any multi-dose packaging or any special packaging, just pills and bottle, one at a time?
Yeah, we keep it as cheap as possible because we literally don't charge an expensive fee.
Yeah.
So everything, if we fill 1 RX, then at cheapest, the label is less than a penny, but the vial and cap, 30 cents.
Yeah.
So that's just comes out of the membership revenue.
Okay.
But yeah, we don't do compounding. We don't do compliance packaging. We try to make it as cheap as possible for everybody.
You do controls. So it's all, legend. Generic drug, basically.
We don't sell, we dispense over the counter for prescription, but we don't have like an online OTC store. So you have to have a prescription, it doesn't have to buy needles. anything OTC wise, you have to have a prescription for it. And we don't do controls, or we don't do drugs of concern from state codes. And we have that blocked off in the web portal, so we don't, as a pharmacy staff, we don't have to worry about it. Number one, our system is a micro merchant system, so we cannot, if it's a FDA scheduled drug, then we can't even add it to the system, so that takes care of federal state drugs. If it's a drug of concern or a state controlled drug, then we go off of, it's like equivalent generic code, which is the option of straight form. We have blockers for each state, so if that patient's shipping address is that state, we process it as normal, but they can't, no one can check out for it, it says we can't ship this from your state, so it's normal.
So brand name drugs?
So we tell everybody on the website that we don't do brand names because they think that they're gonna save. And we don't even process coupons. We do brand names, like we dispense a good amount of like Synthroid, Armathyroid, but the brand only drugs, for whatever reason, some people, that's where we do have like a couple non-members that buy from us on some of the like $800 to $1,000 brand names, and they just pay $50 fee. But we say on the website that we don't do brand names, but we'll fill anything that's not controlled. It's just the way our code tool works. Anybody can go to our website and see the at cost pricing that will run that drug. And so we have it quoted as like brand dash the generic name, and then it's generic in parentheses. So we don't quote brand only because we feel like, you know, somebody, they're on levothyroxine, but they're going to go search Synthroid, and then they're like, script is not going to save money, they're $90, and they just for 20. Well, in reality, we got it for $3 with us. So that's our whole theory. We just specialize in generic maintenance.
So if John and I John orders a prescription, and then I order a prescription, we order the exact same thing. He's a member, he's gonna pay 90 cents. I'm gonna pay $50.90.
Yes, sir.
So ultimately, I'm still paying the membership fee.
Well, no, there is no membership fee. You don't have to, the membership fee is, oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's the same as the membership fee for a quarter.
For a quarter.
Yeah.
But it only is.
But yes, but the problem is most of the people, our average patient is on 3.8 minutes. So it would really be 150 to markup.
So it's 50.
Per RX. It's just the UNC for members is that cost pricing, and the UNC for non-members are expensive.
So why would somebody not become a member?
If they, you know, we like to help people out, so like somebody wants to get a year's supply, they ask us to like times pay $50 if they're really trying to work the system. Sure, I mean, you know, we'll do anything they want to do if the doctor really wants to send in a year's supply, and then our kick wants to go make sure that the techs only fill 90-day supplies because we pull everything off the shelf in 90 days. But if we fill more than 9 days, then I'll keep these to kick. That's a good check all, make sure that it's a year out. But brand name only, one-time brand name only that the other access maybe selling for 1,000, and we're stuck and we're getting it for 850, like I'm saying $100. It really doesn't happen. I mean, we probably filled non-member maybe 4 or 5 times.
Mr. Joel, what's some questions?
Still thinking about choice there.
It's truly your acquisition.
That's what I was gonna
Any
ask.
trade secrets, or I'm not trying to, you're truly asking on acquisition costs.
And
You're
that's-
fixing your variable costs associated with it, which are all paid out of your membership fee.
Well, that's where we're ready to start. 100% swearing growth. We don't mark up the drug one penny. The reason we do this is it's more of like we started buying from McKesson and River City, which is owned by McKesson. we buy 90% of our drugs from River City. We just signed a couple of deals with manufacturers recently, and like, for example, levothyroxine 88 microgram we're buying for like 13, 14 cents a pill, and now this manufacturer will buy for $3. So now, you know, somebody that is on the 90 count can get it for $2.70, where like the cheapest GoodRx price you can find if you have an HEB near you is like $18, $22. So yeah, we did that for 2 reasons. Number one, it just makes it easy where business, we're never going to be like, oh, let's squeeze out a couple things here, well, let's do a couple things here. Let's adjust our drug price. We did that for 2 reasons. That's number one. Number two, as far as like marketing, boy, no one's ever done that. So that's how we're keep getting news releases, because no one's done it before. So we're sort of locked in and we'll never change, because we can't advertise and change that. It's just passing pricing. So we try to make it as simple as possible, not having community contracts, not even giving options to new coupons. I mean, it's the price that we have is the price to pay. We fill the script, the text process the script, goes to pending to you, which is sends them a text message, makes it available on their meds ready for payment tab online. If they don't check out for it, it automatically gets kicked out after 14 days until we are put on hold. So we try to make everything as cheap as possible to save money to less profitable.
So if somebody has a prescription there and they say, you know, I want to get it transferred to another pharmacy, do y'all transfer?
Yes, sir. Oh, we just don't do incoming transfers. Yeah, we transfer out. If the patient, well, I wouldn't say we don't do incoming transfers. We used to have a tab online, and everybody was transferring during news releases.
Yeah.
And so then we changed it. We deleted where they can't like do a transfer online. It takes so much time. So we tell the patient, hey, your prescriber should not have it. If they call to get a transfer, we tell the patient, hey, your prescriber is probably not going to have a problem sending a new script to us because it's generics, it's non-controlled. If they do, call us back. We probably have like 300 calls out of 1,800 patients. And then we'll just get it transferred.
So if let's say a patient has 3 to 5 prescriptions, but they want to transfer 1 out,
Okay.
does that nullify the membership? It changes the membership. You know?
And that's the thing, that's another thing is like, we have patients that are on 1 med, and we have patients that are on 22 meds. And so obviously the person on 22 is saving more than the patient on 1, generally speaking. But as far as transfers out, yeah, I mean, we're always transferring out. Nothing affects the membership. If they don't use it, if they want to cancel, all they do is hit the cancel button in their portal, and it's still good until, you know, the paid up to just won't renew at that time. They have the option of auto renew or manual payments.
So they could be a member and essentially transfer their prescriptions out and still be a member.
When they're in the portal, it says that a new patient is never used before, and they're, do you prompt them that, hey, you're about to pay a $50 dispensing fee for 4 strips, you can join for $60 less than that, or order for what you're about to pay.
So we're not, we don't allow the patient to like buy the script first. Let's say a person, this happens sometimes, a person gets scripts into Scripto. Well, if it's ERX or fax, when the text go to process that script, it has like if it's an ERX, then it'll have a red X saying the patient's not in the system. Well, that means obviously that they haven't signed up on Scripto.com, because every patient that signs up for a profile on Scripto.com gets pushed to PrimerX regardless. Then after they sign up, so for example, if I went into Scripto to join, I sign up for a profile and submit. Now I have an online profile in Scripto.com and it's pushed to PrimerX. So there's a profile, but I don't have a membership. Then the very next tab is where they select a membership. If they want to sign up at that time for membership, if they don't, they can always log back into the prompt, like, it says, I don't know if I can share my screen or not, but it says, you don't have an active membership, please select the membership below, and it has the quarterly before they, and then once they get RXs sent in the script code and they have a profile, then the texts are able to process the script. Put in the penny payment key, which sends them a text message that says, please log in your script code in the portal to review your RXs and check out. I did skip one thing. If they're not in Prime X, and that means they're not in scriptcode.com. So all the text they go look at those RXs, call the patient, say, hey, need you to give us a call back, or go online and sign up for a profile. And then,
What happens if you just randomly get a prescription for somebody that's not in your system?
Yep, so the text how the texts know that is because if it's an ERX, there's an X next to that patient's name. If it's a fax, then they go to type it in, the date of birth and the name, and they see that the patient's not in there. So they call the patient from the script, the phone number on the file, and they tell them, hey, we got a script from Dr. So-and-so. We need you to give us a call back or go online and sign up for a profile and or membership. So then 99% of the time that we never hear from them. We just see it when it syncs up, when they sign up for a membership, and they put in the correct date first, then it syncs up, and then we never hear from them. Sometimes they'll call and say, oh, yeah, I was gonna sign up for script code, but this RX was supposed to go to a different pharmacy, so my provider must have, I'll call them.
So how many locations do you have?
Just one. We're trying to say, lean and mean. We in the future, if it makes sense, then we'll open like regional locations, but we have a long way to go. And that's the difference between us and other. I do want to clarify, like we're not an online pharmacy. The difference is because you can't buy your medications without having a script verified from us. Like they can't pay money, so no patients will ever be mad in Arkansas that, well, they took my money and they said that they couldn't get a script for it. Like, I don't know if you know Honeybee's license in Arkansas. Like, that's what happens. And also, in Honeybee, I got shot for 270 tablets of whatever drug, and I paid for it. Well, if my prescriber doesn't want to write 270, I don't know what to do. I don't know. But the difference between us and them is our patients, they get to choose when they check out. Like, we don't auto refill anything, but they also get reminder text messages. They can request a refill with one click at the mouse, iPhone. They can call in over the IVR. We don't auto refill. We don't accept payment unless we have a script that's been pre-verified from a pharmacist every time.
Sounds good.
So you still have enough memberships to pay pharmacists and techs and everything?
No, that's why we're funding. So we've sold to date. We've sold a little over 2,100. And when we started, we had a news release that brought us a lot of members out of PFW. And the website wasn't like fully integrated and probably didn't tell the best story. So we had like about 1,000 people sign up from that. And then about 200 from the state canceled over the next like 6 months because they didn't understand it. They thought they didn't for whatever reason. Then we got the website lined out better, but we got funding in October. And we're probably about to do another round of funding to really advertise like we want to do. But with the current staff, we actually made a huge mistake. We were supposed to be on BBC 90 News, and this producer promised us that we would be on BBC 90 News if we gave it exclusive to national news story. Well, we staffed at the pharmacy with 3 full-time pharmacists, 16 techs, and 1 part-time pharmacist. And then after 3 or 4 months, they were like, oh, sorry, we're not going to run it, but we'll run it on installation. So then we took down the staff. We have one full-time pharmacist, one on call. And we have 3 techs now. And so with our current staff, we estimate that it's about, we break even at 6,700, a blended rate of 80% or yearly. But we could probably handle, if they all come on the evening space out, around like 2,000. So, and obviously the more staff you get, the more hours you get, the more and workflow. And it's not just one pharmacist, pre-verified, post-verified.
So, your ownership is who your investors are? Are they one of the same?
So no, they're not, because they're not technically owners now. The investors are only convertible note right now. So they are, they have the right to ownership within 2 years from October. If we do another funding round, then they convert to owners at that time, or if 2 years expires, then convert to either do investment, but there's interest on it. So they have 2 years or the next round of funding. They're just, they're just investors.
Are any of the investors also?
I'm sorry?
Are any of the investors also?
Yes. One of the owners is a pharmacist, but he's not right.
You still have your Arkansas licensed pharmacist.
Yes, sir. That's okay.
Like I said, it's different.
Yeah, this is mostly, I mean, what he's covered and what y'all asked is mostly the concerns that staff had. Than anything else that staff had issues about.
Have you had an updated inspection from the board?
Yes, ma'am. It was March 20. Well, I don't know. When did I apply for this? It was March 20.
September of 2020.
So March 20.
It was past March.
Yes, like
Did you
just.
see this come?
I'll
You got my email, I guess we emailed.
I'll email it from Dropbox.
So you're not the pick, but are you a pharmacist or the owner, or what are you?
No, me and my main partner, all the other partners are, they're not kids. I strict up with me, my main partner. We really handle the investment and the news releases is the partner. I just handle the operations. So I live in Woodway, he lives in Boston. We used to own just traditional retail pharmacies. And in Texas, we just got tired. Deal with insurance and losing money with all that. And so we just decided, I was like, I don't want to stay in pharmacy, I want to do something, or don't want to deal with PPMs. We were like, we got to do something that's so off the wall, because the online pharmacy market is so flooded, and get investors and make money long term. So that's what we came up with.
Basically, no frills.
Yeah, that's the
It's like no
thing.
frills.
That's the thing. We try to make it as easy as possible. So we sell them the idea of it's passive pricing, but also so it's cheap. And it's got to be easy. So our website isn't like, it's not bad looking, but it's not, you don't have a pop up, you don't have 7 steps to sign up. And that's everything marketers tell you that is wrong. They're like, no, you gotta have 7 steps. You gotta have pop ups and collect this data. So I mean, we do it. We have people that are 80, 90 years old that are like, I can use it. I click the refill. It's supposed to come through. So we're working on, that's part of the funding that we work on. We're working on it. For the longest time until March, we weren't displaying. We weren't compliant. I'm not saying, but I'm saying all they could do was sign up for a profile and select a membership online. And then we were sending encrypted PDFs for them to basically review and then pay. And if they wanted to not pay for everything or a PDF, they could call, and we had to redo it, send it to them. So we just got on AWS, Amazon Web Services, and now we're HIPAA compliant, and everything's fully integrated. So now we're working on that, but we said it 6-7 months to make it easier for the other population. We got a pharmacy license in August of 2019, but we didn't really have first patient until October. That's when it's almost.
So one thing I'm not clear, is everything shipped or brick and mortar or both?
What did I say? So unlike other pharmacies, we do everything. We have brick and mortar, it's 3,600 square feet. So we handle customer service, techs, pharmacists. The front 1,600 are all like 4 Alston's, that's like call center and text processing. And then the back 2,000 is all pharmacy. We have 14 filling stations, and then 2 hazardous filling stations, and then 4 pharmacist verification stations, and then 2 shipping stations. So we do everything. Shipping. Everything from like calling the doctor for a script to UPS from
So nobody walks in the door.
So we're licensed as a closed door retail in Texas, but they don't really care. So we have like a few people with it, if they're like running low, with my friend, but we don't advertise it. Yes, sir.
So how do you do patient counseling?
So we send our delivery ticket has like all the disclaimers on it, followed by whatever, has an educational barcode on it that says scan here for your patient education leaflet, and it has the option to view it as PDF or watch a video in English or Spanish. And then there's if you have further questions, want to speak to a pharmacist, dial 88-160.
And then you're aware in Arkansas, we require 100% patient counseling on all prescriptions.
But their pharmacist had passed our law test. So it had, I mean, if you read the rule, it talks about face to face, and then with face to face, it's not available. So there's a little bit different description other than just that. Okay.
So when you ship it, it's a little
Yeah.
different, right?
Since you're not face to face, you have, alternative methods of counseling. And one of the requirements we've always had for out-of-state pharmacies is they have to have a toll-free number available at least 6 days a week, at least 40 hours a week. For that. That goes back to like 4 or 9.
So it becomes an offer?
So they still have to have like adjunctive materials, but it reads slightly different when it's not face to face, whether that is here or elsewhere.
And a lot of states have a whole separate rule for mail order. Like just because they're not walking, it's still properly. But
I'm not a little deep verification.
Yes, I pulled it up. Sorry.
Do you have any questions of us?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, if there's no more questions or concerns
I think John's looking up counseling.
if there's no other questions or concerns from the members, we would just ask for a vote to approve.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
Thank you.
We will get, if you'll just email me, just when you get back, and we'll get this process today to get your license in.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So I believe that's all we have
We don't just initially talk about it.
until 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we got lunch, should be on the way shortly, go home, and then we start back, we got the fucking.
Yeah, we got several texts, so we'll be sure to start back at 1.
Yeah, we've got a group of texts at 1 o'clock, and then we've got a long-term care integration system request, and then we've got some more texts after that.
Yeah, wanted to break till 1.
Yeah, that's right.
I said,
Yeah.
are we off the record?
Well, I'm gonna hit you. We will be.
We music.
Not yet.
Jennifer, not mute system, We have everybody back. We have this afternoon a few technicians set. We're just gonna kind of go in order of how they got here today. Miss Cruz Hernandez, you want to come on up? If you just want to have a seat right here. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Curley's executive director of the board, and I'll turn it over to him. He'll just kind of go through the process today, okay?
So I'm going to go ahead and tell all, I think it's three of you in here, just the process for this, so we don't have to repeat this all the time. I'm John Curley, I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. On this side of the table, you see some of our staff members, myself, Dr. Brendan McCready, who is our assistant director, Mr. Luke Daniel, who's our legal counsel. We've got a couple of other inspectors and guests that may come in and out of the room because it is an open meeting. On this side of the table, we have 5 of our pharmacist board members, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the president or the chair of this informal committee, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Ron John. In this process, I believe that all of you are here because of your applications to be pharmacy technicians. And in this process, the board members are just now seeing a copy of your application this morning. They're going to have some questions about your application or any background information on it. So in a moment, I'll turn it over to staff just to present what we have for them to look at, and they're going to have a conversation. At the end of this, they're going to make some decision. Their decision on an application could be anything from approve the application, deny the application, delay any decision on the application and table it. They may offer to let you withdraw it or offer to let you reapply in another period of time. But whatever the board members come up with, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forward with whatever decision it is that they have made. And if you disagree with it, it becomes a chance for you to either kind of say, you know what, forget this and walk away, or say, well, I would like to have a formal hearing before the board at a later date. Formal hearing is all 8 board members, a hearing officer, a court reporter will swear everyone in, and it looks a lot more like you would see a court appearance on TV or something rather than a more casual conversation back and forth across the table we're hoping to have here today. So first of all, Ms. Cruz Hernandez, do you have any questions about how this process works? Okay, if at any point you don't know what's going on and you need to ask a clarifying question or anything, wave, get our attention, interrupt us. If you've got a question, we want to be sure that we answer it, realizing that you haven't really been here in this process before. Okay, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Daniel.
Yes, this is a pharmacy technician application, and she did check, as everybody got, they can pull it up. She did check yes to the last question on the second page about it being free for mental health disorder within the last 5 years. Her statement is in here behind her waiver stating that, I guess starting in 2018, she started being treated for some mental health issues, but she did have 2 inpatient hospitalizations during that time. Also attached are some records from where she has been seen since. The staff had a few concerns, mainly based on the medical records from her progress reports, progress notes, and they are on, the records are attached, but on the summary sheet on the front, it shows that she's been seen since, or has been being seen since 2018. The last progress report that was attached was February of this year. And in that report, she reported to the medical staff there, or her treating staff, that she was receiving auditory hallucinations and that she was seeing shadows. Also has had, also stated she had hallucinations previously and stated that they are back. So the board has had some concern there about those mental issues that she had talked about, like I said, just as recently as a few months ago. So Dr. Newsom, if it's okay with you, I'll turn it over to her and she can kind of talk about issues, what you've done, just kind of walk through what's happening and how you're doing now. And speak up a little bit. There's a camera, all this is recorded. So if you can just kind of speak up a little bit.
So, my doctor upped my prescription of Risperidone, and it's good now. I haven't seen anything or anything.
Okay, when did your doctor do this for you?
I think it was back in February.
And when was your last checkup?
I see her once every like 3 months. We just met, I don't remember what day it was, but it's not been very long ago.
What started off, I just say what started all this.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was working long hours at, a factory, and I think it was they had did lab work when I had been admitted into the hospital the first time, and my vitamin D was real low, and, I was anemic. I wasn't taking good care of myself, basically what it was. And that's what had started it on.
Okay, so why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
Well, I had always been in the medical field, but when I was working at the hospital, it just struck my interest.
Okay, so in what job profession did you work at the hospital?
I was in dietary.
And did you have any association with anybody in the pharmacy world, or how did you come to the conclusion to be a pharmacy technician?
Yes, ma'am. I was good friends with one of the ladies that had went, and she was a receptionist, and she became a pharmacy technician, and I was like, interesting.
So can you recall when you last had a psychotic episode?
It's been about 6 months ago.
And how long did it take you to get over it?
I don't really know what causes it's like black figures that I see, like shadows. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But I haven't seen it in like 6 months.
What were the auditory hallucinations? What were you hearing?
Like someone was saying my name.
You just, were the hallucinations at the same time? Like you hearing and seeing, was it all together?
Yes.
Just separate?
Yes.
Ever hear voices or anything like that? I mean, explain besides your name, but
Just like someone calling my name. I don't know.
Was it better or worse when you felt stressed and anxious and okay?
Yeah, it was more whenever I was stressed.
So you ever, hallucinations will occur at your job.
When I worked in that factory, yeah, I think that contributed a lot to it because it was 10 and 12 hours. And it was like I left the medical field to go to this factory. It was loud, and it was hot, a lot of stress. You had to get these parts out in a certain time frame. I think that was all contributing to it.
So the only workplace that you ever experienced these was a factory,
Yes, sir.
and I'm assuming maybe home, not at work, you experienced these as well.
The figures, I would see the figures, but the police, just at work, yeah.
So can you tell me what you've been diagnosed with?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell me what you have been diagnosed with? What is your condition?
They never really told me, but I believe it's just anxiety and depression.
Okay. The last progress note, which was dated in late April, says that you have major depressive disorder that's stable. You have anxiety disorder that is unstable. So is that still current?
I do get real anxious around, crowds and people I don't know. Big cities, where there's a lot of traffic, like driving, yes.
And so then they also said unspecified trauma and stressor related disorder. What are the stressors that, so you just mentioned some of them, are those the stressors that they had evaluated you for? What is the medication that you take? I know you said you take risperidone, they increase the dose. What are you current?
Risperidone, I believe it's 1 milligram, and,
How often do you take that?
1 time a night.
Okay. You take anything else?
I take,
What's it look like?
one of those questions where you ask and you go like,
What's it look like?
it's a blue capsule.
Symbol?
Yes, yeah, it's, yeah.
Okay, how often do you take that?
I take 2 capsules in the morning.
You mentioned that some of this appears to be brought, it was brought on by stress when you were working in the factory.
Yes.
What did you do at the hospital? I know you said you were in. What did you do when you were in the medical?
In the medical field, I started out in dietary, and I actually went and pursued my CNA license, and I did that for 5 or 6 years.
Like in a long-term care facility or?
Yes, sir. I worked at Russell Nursing and Rehab, and then I went into home health.
How do you handle stress now? Depending on where you work as a pharmacy technician, it can be very nonstop, all day, every day. It can be very stressful. You can have the phone ringing off the hook, trying to get this, trying to work a window, trying to, so how do you handle stress now?
How do I handle it? I've learned breathing techniques and how to calm myself.
When was the last time, are you employed right now?
No, sir.
When's the last time you've been employed?
In 2017, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you weren't working, you haven't been working since, I guess, when you were hospitalized in 2018, like when all this started, you haven't worked since.
Correct.
So it was happening over there. Thanks.
Is anybody else have any comments, questions?
The most recent doctor's visit was back in April.
In April,
April 26th of this year.
that might have been the date, you know, I had a real busy schedule.
Do you have a pharmacy or someplace that you're looking at? Talk to you about being a tech there or anything like that?
I haven't, no, sir, I have not looked into which pharmacy, I would work at. I'm going to online, college course through UMA, and they're supposed to, the externship programs, they're going to set me up with the pharmacy.
So you're in a pharmacy technician education program,
Yes, sir.
and where is it through?
UMA, I'm sorry, Ultimate Medical Academy.
Okay. Did they tell you you don't have to do that to be a pharmacy technician?
No, sir.
So just, in Arkansas, to be a pharmacy technician, you just have to have this registration from the board. You don't have to go to a college course or training. Most pharmacies actually train you if they decide to hire you to be a technician on the job.
Yes, sir. I learned that after I'd already enrolled in the classes.
So you made a comment a while ago that when you were in your previous job, you got very stressed because you had deadlines to meet and things were very hectic. I think that's a real concern here because if you ever worked in a pharmacy, it's exactly like that. I mean, there are a lot of deadlines,
All day.
all day long, the phones are ringing, patients are there, and counting the patients. And I think that's probably the concern here, mostly from what I have. And how long has it been since you worked in that facility, did you say?
It was back in July of 2017.
Pre-treat.
Do you think with the treatment, are you better able or equipped to handle stress and deadlines? And
Yes, ma'am. I think that I have recuperated. There was other things going on, harassment and stuff in the facility as well that contributed to it. But with all my counseling that I've had and they, taught me different breathing techniques and stuff and how to cope and deal with stress. I feel comfortable going back to work.
You said your last episode was when?
The hallucination,
Yes, ma'am.
that was in February or March, about 6 months ago.
What was the name?
April was the last visit. February is the report, the hallucinations were reoccurring.
And so when you have these, like if you're working that day, what happens? So say you were at work and you had these hallucinations or these incidences, what happened after that? What was, did you go home for the day? Did they go away and just went back to work?
I continue working. I basically ignore it. It's there, but I just ignore it.
So they're not disruptive to what you're trying to get done at that point.
No, sir.
I thought hallucinations can occur, but they, as she has described, not necessarily impaired what you're doing. And you can in fact have the more than she described. My concern would be that her last medical visit was only 3 months ago. And at that time, or depression was controlled, that her anxiety and unspecified trauma and stress related disorder were unstable. And so, given that she's not been in the workplace for a while, I would rather hear from either provider show up and advocate on her behalf, or at least have some more recent evaluation that says that she's fit for this works and that she can handle the stress. About that right now, or just ask her to come back with additional information.
Yeah, whether or not it's anxiety related is related to, this particular issue, or if it's just school, all the other things to do with that anxiety. I think. Is there?
It's on the spectrum. Yeah, one.
I think your suggestion would be to table it, but allow her to bring back, an expert letter or something that specifically addresses safety and working in this type of stressful environment.
Yes, so she went and had this kind of evaluation and then provided this with documentation of the progress of that, or if they wanted to come on our behalf.
Yeah.
So we found as well.
Well, I don't know who our lawyer would be. So she's, let's say the tech program and then perhaps pharmacy decided, hey, she might be a candidate for tech. I have a better idea for the problem.
One thing that we're talking about is that if there was a potential prospective employer that they can tell us who that might be. Because in order to be licensed technician, you have to specifically designate pharmacy to be working in anyway. And so if you have that information, it can help us better understand the work situation, many pharmacies across the state. Yeah. You stated more.
Yes, sir. Please.
No, I'm sorry, I was going to ask, how long is that program, or when do you get that program?
All I have left is 180 hours of externship. And I was supposed to complete it by July 25th, but they changed my graduation date, I think it's September or something.
She won't be able to complete unless she gets a tech permit to allow her to work as a tech for their experiential part of the education.
I think I'd like to know what about it. Maybe further out. I'd just say 3 months.
We're saying she can't do her externship work or graduate until she gets that.
Now, that's most of those programs. I'm not necessarily familiar in the loop with UNA. Most of them, they don't allow you to do that because it requires you to perform the tech duties as part of your training with education.
Would there be precedent that we could grant her a temporary permit so that it doesn't impede her graduation from the program, and use that as an opportunity to get an evaluation of how she performs, and so that the permit expire upon completion of 180 hours and then reevaluate at that time?
So we've had the board grant someone a permit until a future meeting. But I can't recall we've ever had a permit for a technician just to do the externship training versus being eligible for it. We had some that said, we're going to let you work, we're going to want to hear an update of the following by next day, and that will be the expiration date of the permit. So we don't have like an educational.
Which we could set it at the next meeting. I mean, when we set November, whatever date this was.
So if you felt that it was okay for her to do externships or work in a pharmacy until a certain date, we've done that.
I'd be okay with that. And I don't want to impair her ability to finish the education program she's best at. And it would give us an opportunity, is there a way that we can seek feedback or at least find out specifically where she's doing her externship and then talk to the pharmacist there? Get feedback.
You could ask for that.
I mean, just make that a condition of, I mean, her license being continued past the next day, that she has to provide either documentation or that person, where they come with her or provide a letter stating that, you know.
I'd rather hear that from the pharmacy where she interned rather
Yeah.
than you and I.
Yeah, okay. So I got one. I'll defer to council, but I think what we're gonna hear is that you would allow her a shorter term permit until we would set up the next.
Next informal, whatever, specific, I mean, it'll be in November.
Yeah.
The date has been specifically said, we'll just say to the next informal in November 2024.
And that at which time you request her reappear either with in person or with, you know, feedback directly to the board from whatever pharmacist she has worked with as part of her experience or point.
Do you still want anything about, somebody mentioned previously, documentation from her provider, she can safely practice? I believe you all mentioned that earlier about, since the only last update was February, doing that.
Yes.
That's it.
So it would be a two-part.
Yeah, so the motion, I guess, and from what I've got written down, documentation from provider, from medical provider, that she can safely practice as a pharmacy technician, documentation from the pharmacy where she interns that shows her progress, and her license will be granted, and it will be valid until the next informal, where it will be reevaluated.
So you said, when you have to have your 180 hours,
I'm currently on a leave of absence until they get the certificate. And then it'll start back once everything's ready to go.
but they can, the final date has to be done by, or they're gonna evaluate your date that needs to be done by based on, so then you.
They're just waiting for the certificate, so there's no set date.
So you mentioned September, what was the September?
Graduation.
Yeah, you initially said
Yeah,
June,
I'm
and
sorry.
then you said June, and you said for some reason it got pushed to September, so it's.
Yeah, it was set for July 25th, and they moved it back to, I believe it's September 12th.
So that's your projected graduation date.
Yes.
So between now and then, you need to wait for the externship.
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they'll bring any more time.
With your motion, Dr. Richmond, it would also, like, if she did an externship and the people go, this is great, we'd love to hire you, she would have the ability to work with that permit until the next informal, at which point you guys would have to decide if you're extended or not.
That was one other thing. After she completes the externship, can she go to practice?
I mean, it would be a valid permit until, it would, you put that expiration date on it. Expiration date, will be like the day after the next informal, so then when she appears, you just make it permanent, or say we're not gonna do it anymore.
And I was saying too, I was talking to John briefly, but I was saying too that, talk with us, whatever rotation cycles go under, your research, you have to do an evaluation on that patient and on that student. So probably wouldn't be a bad idea to take a look at that evaluation too.
Which Dr. Richmond's motion, either they would need to come with her or send basically a letter of feedback to the board.
Yeah, I've got documentation from the pharmacy where she interns, that shows her work progress. So that covered the evaluation. Or you want, would you say work progress, or would you say work is fine?
Yeah, it's not evaluation. So there's two parts. One is the feedback from the pharmacy where she experienced.
And the other ones are medical professionals,
And right.
safe practice.
Does that make sense to you?
License until the next formal, it will be reevaluated.
basically 4 months.
Yeah, right at 4 months. Yeah, what's the date? 7, so yeah, right at 4 months. And you should have another, I mean, if you haven't had one since April, I mean, it should be time for you to have another appointment when you come in pretty soon, so we should have some more.
Second.
I'll just say, motion here, you have a second, any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
I'll put all this in writing, so you'll have something in writing that states all this, and we'll send that letter with a copy of your license. And used to, that J Street, Russell, still a good address.
Yes, sir.
It'll be down there.
All right.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ms. Williams. You want to come up, just have a seat for Sheila. Ms. Tamara Williams, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing that?
Thank you.
So, Ms. Williams, I think you heard us earlier. Do you have any questions before we begin? Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Daniel then.
This was again, pharmacy technician registration. She did mark on her application, she marked that she'd been treated for a mental health disorder within the last 5 years. But she did not mark, or she marked no about if you've been charged, convicted, or arrested of any crime. Do show, her criminal history came back and she shows several alcohol-related arrests. They were all around 2015. Twice in March of 2015, she was arrested and convicted of public intoxication. Also in March of 2015, she has a domestic battery conviction, which is a misdemeanor. And then in March and April of 2015, she has DWI convictions. So in a time span of about a month and a half in 2015, she had 4 alcohol-related convictions and domestic battery convictions. And we didn't have any records, didn't have any records of the mental health disorder, and she really didn't get into it in her statement. She just talked about how 2015 was a rough year for her. So I'll let her get into a little more about the mental health treatment, and if it's okay with you, Dr. Lisa, I'll just turn it over to her. You just kind of want to walk us through what happened, those arrests, and your mental health treatment. And like I said, you need to speak up, so pick up on microphone.
Yes, sir. It was a shortened period of time. There's really no explanation. Fairly responsible throughout life. One job. I just don't have an explanation. I know I have to be responsible for those incidents. As far as the mental health, there's really no diagnosis. I was in family counseling. I really don't know what to say because I don't have an explanation of how that occurred, but it did.
I mean, what was going on during that time? Like, you don't have any.
No, there really wasn't.
Like, where did the public intoxication take place?
Say it again.
Like, where were you arrested for public intoxication? Where it's like, I mean, in a bar, or you just walking around, like, what was the?
I was at my home and my partner called police on me. That's where the domestic battery came in as well. We were arguing, and so all of these were very, very close to home when they occurred.
You still with that person? So what about the DWIs?
I was actually trying to relocate, and I was in between areas, and they were within a month of one another. I had no business driving while I was drinking. I didn't know that. I'm not sure what motivated me to. I mean, I try to research in my mind and try to go through prayer, and I still don't have the answer. I've been sober since. Luckily and thankfully, my family and my job has supported me, and I'm still there. This too is a branch of my current job. That's a division of where I work, and this opportunity unfolded and thought it was just a new chapter in life. It was something interesting. It's something that just opened an opportunity. As far as the alcohol in 2015, it's not been revisited. I hope it never occurs again. And any responsibility, I know, I'm asking a lot for all of you to try to allow me opportunities when, I've not been responsible. I have since then feel like I have, my fines were, they were satisfied, my judgments were satisfied, my fines were paid, the time that even stayed in jail for the DWI, I was there.
When's the last time you had anything to drink? Do you still drink?
No, sir, not a drop, and it's been since 2015, it's been since that DWI.
So you haven't had a drop in your
No,
life since
sir,
2015?
that's my honest truth.
Are there still, and I know this may seem a little personal, but it seems to be the root of a lot of this, you and your partner still have problems, or are there issues that,
We have
Yeah.
tried to work through it.
is that kind of a counsel, the fair, you said you've been on the family counseling,
So,
you still doing that?
no, sir, we're not. We haven't been for some time, but he's taken as much responsibility and made some changes in his life as I have, been here 12 years. I'm not sure why the obstacles came in front of us that we needed to face, or why our journeys have met in ways that kind of collided our energies. They do sometimes, and we've had to work with having to work with one another.
But y'all aren't having the same issue that you're having back then, that also, that might have also this.
No, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson.
Why did you not answer truthfully on the application about your conviction?
Well, and it is my mistake. I was thinking more along criminal lines, more like a federal, or not even federal, but I was thinking more of a different kind of crime than traffic or domestic. I was really not thinking exactly, but there again, I should have been reading clearly and taking more seriously what I was applying for.
And a lot of people, even some attorneys, argue that a DWI is not a criminal offense because it's listed in the traffic code. So, I mean, it is what it is.
But your behaviors,
No, ma'am, go ahead.
have you changed your behaviors?
Yes, ma'am, I'd like to think so. I'd like to think that I'm not really responsible for decision making.
You said, what job do you have? Maybe this is the job you have now, the next would be a pharmacy technician.
Yes, and I work, I do office work for, saw the opening for, I actually closed the pharmacy, the work that I did, and I have an opening. I applied and they immediately said that, took them on in, and then realized to go through the license. It started in December. They offered to hire me in January, they're still waiting. That's where this is.
And how long have you been with Informal?
18.
18?
I did have a 2-year gap around this time. Refocused and regrouped.
I was just going to ask counsel, my impression of, can you tell me a little bit about public intox? Is that a drink outside?
That's a drink, this is, if you are, I believe, I have to, pretty much, I believe it means if you are intoxicated to the point that an officer comes in contact you and believes you are a danger to yourself or others. I mean, it's not against the law to be drunk, it's against the law to be intoxicated to the point of being a danger. So like if you're stumbling down the road, if you're going into traffic, if you're outside fighting somebody,
So if you're outside with a solo cup of beer in it,
and you're not causing a scene, if you're not falling down, yeah, I mean, that's not public intoxication. I mean, it has to be to the point that you're a danger to yourself or others. So, you know, like, I mean, a lot of people, I mean, I wouldn't say a lot of people, but in my experience, as a prosecutor's office, you need to have an innovative market that are walking, walking in the street, or, people that are fighting, like you said, there was physical altercations during that time, so yes, that would be. I mean, likely when somebody's been arrested, but if you're just sitting in your yard having a few beers, you're not causing a scene.
Six years, she's had a steady job. Obviously, there was a problem going on at one particular time. Short period.
I'll entertain a motion, please. Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Motion passes. You'll get your license today.
Ms. Williams, if you just want to have a seat up front, we'll get it to you in a few minutes and you can leave with it.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Ms. Shackle?
How are you doing today, Ms. Shackelford? So I think you heard the spiel earlier. Did you have any questions before we start either?
No.
Okay. Just a second, when he is able to get back to his seat, I will turn it over to Mr. Daniels to start. We do have a message for our board members, especially when you're making motions, so please speak up, so pick it up.
So that's the only place you can place the microphone.
It's built in the camera. Every time we try to have like multiple microphone locations, it squeals and doesn't, it gets worse, not better.
Because I know that must be frustrating if you are trying to listen to.
Yeah.
And some of us don't speak as well. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
This was a pharmacy technician application. On her application, she marked no on all the questions and to the one that had been arrested, cited, charged, etc. When her criminal background came back, it did come back when she had in 2017 just a theft property conviction. That probation was, she was placed on probation for that, and it was later revoked for her just not following whatever she was supposed to do. In 2019, she was arrested for failure to pay fine. 2020, she was arrested again on failure to pay fine and a failure to appear. When I sent in a subpoena for the police report on this matter, they also sent a police report from 2018. And that police report is attached as the last report in your file there. And this was just a report where she was, I guess, working at Focus Laboratories, whatever that is, anyway. They had filed a police report fraudulently using some of their customers' credit cards. There was also that this police report is coming from her employer at Focus Laboratories, and about half of her, most of the way down on that page, they stated that they got a call from a boutique shop locally, where this was 2018, where Ms. Shackelford was called shoplifting, and when they tried to apprehend her, she ran out of the store and dropped a bag, and I believe it was an envelope, and it had pictures of credit card numbers on it. And they were able to trace back that some of the numbers came from customers there at Focus Laboratories. Whatever reason she wasn't charged for that, I don't know what the reasoning was, I don't know what the reason was, but you do have that arrest in 2017, which is a theft property conviction, and you got the 18 report, like I said, there were no charges filed. but she was accused of using credit card numbers from customers, and they actually had a shoplifting incident where she ran out of the store and dropped paper, which had names and credit card numbers. So I'll turn it over to her. She can, if you just tell the members about these incidents.
About Focus Laboratories, this is my first time hearing or seeing any of this. That's why I'm sitting here looking for my dumbfounded. Target, I did know about Target. It was gift cards, and even the customer who gave me the gift card tried to even tell Target that they gave me the gift card. Their policy is because I was a employee there. I
So what were
could
you
not use the gift cards.
So what were you doing?
At Target, I was a cashier at Target.
I mean, how did you get charged with the crime?
The guy that does like the loss prevention or something like that, seen the lady give me the gift card, and so when I used them, that's when they told me that I could not use them. They was like $5 a piece or something.
Okay, and the police report says you were taking the promotion cards and giving them to people.
I mean, when we, I was a cashier, so it was around the Christmas time, so they bought a TV or something like that, they got a certain amount of gift cards, so that's why I was giving them to them, but this was, the gift cards that I used were not the ones that I was actually giving to the customers. It was actually like, it was actually 2 old ladies actually gave me gift cards, and like I said, they were only $5 a piece, and so when the loss prevention did say something to me, he was just like, basically saying, I can't do that. And that is a form of termination because I did, it's like taking the company's money because they actually give something to the customer. And so, but she gave it to me with the little card and everything, it was like Merry Christmas. And they told me I couldn't do this, like taking a tip or something from them, I can't do that. But that was not stated when I went to my interview, they didn't tell me that that wasn't acceptable.
So you're saying that you weren't taking promotion cards and giving them to people that weren't supposed to have them?
No, that was not the case.
Yeah, that's what the police report said.
Right, and then, but even the customer, when they found out that I had got fired, because I mean, I still went there and shopped and everything, so I think the ladies and everybody, they went frequently, I mean, they shopped there, it's like an everyday thing, they came to the store. And when they found out what happened, they even offered to talk to the manager and all that, and he told them there was no need to do it because the case was closed.
Okay, so let's talk about Focus Laboratories. What did you do there?
Focus Laboratories, I was basically like their customer service rep. And the time that I was there, I was training with someone, and I never went into a boutique and ran out. So
even
but
though
when I did get laid off, it was me and 3 other people that they laid off, but they did not notify me of any of this. They just told us that the company was shutting down and our service was no longer needed. That's why I did not put that on my statement, because I had no recognition of it.
Okay, so even though that person at that boutique knew you by name and said it was you, you're saying it wasn't?
Yes, and I wish they had like a picture of, because I don't shop in a boutique.
And did you ever take credit card numbers from Focus Laboratories?
When we were making calls, like I said, I was trained, like I didn't even have like my own, I wasn't even there long to even have like a position to do anything.
So, but, I mean, if you were taking something over the phone, what they would get?
Yes, I would take the orders and then I would pass the orders to another person who was actually processing the orders. But everything was computerized, like on a screen, like it is now. They had some of the computer cameras and everything, and I was just writing my name, date of birth, stuff like that. If I need to call a doctor, I would call the doctor.
And these numbers that they say fell out of your bag, well, the letterhead of Focus Laboratories. Have you read this report?
Yeah, I did. That's why I was looking, because I knew the lady. This was hired me in Central, but she didn't disclose any of this with me. And I wish she would have, because I wouldn't have defended myself.
And then your date of birth is actually yesterday?
Yeah,
That's
yesterday.
right.
Thank you.
But your date of birth is on this report is your date of birth, it's your address, everything's the same?
Yeah, even when I went to court, no, they ain't never said anything about this, so I had no recognition, I was charged with it.
I never further think of this.
Oh, well, why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I've actually been working at Baptist Health since I left Focus Laboratories. And I started off working as PRN, and I did job working like when the employees come in or patients. come in with their medication. I would just, do the, cashier part. And so, I have recently, did several things. I got my phlebotomy license, and I am now working this part-time in the gift shop, and I work in the R as well. And, I wanted to pursue my field in pharmacy because I am also starting in nursing school in August. And so I wanted to get like a head start on, all the medications. I know I have to know all of, the medications, to even be, to be honest.
Do they have a tech position open?
Yes.
Available?
Mhm.
And how long, I was gonna say, how long do you work as a?
I have been, at Baptist since 2018.
Also, board members just got a message from Jennifer, decision really need to speak up, sorry.
So, I'm not sure I'm following things here, I'm sorry, but, so there was that thing from the labs, that was in 2018,
Yes.
and so you're saying you never used a credit card number to purchase anything, somebody else's credit card number? to
No,
purchase
like I said, I was on part-time here, and when I started there, I just really wanted extra money, because like I said, I was already working in Baptist Health. And so I was just part-time, I would go from like 8 to 12 o'clock, and I was training with someone, I never had I would take their orders, but taking someone's credit card information, even though I did, and she didn't even tell me any of it. She came to work one day and was just like, okay, we're not making enough money, they sold items. And so she was telling me they were not producing enough, so they didn't have to cut down on their employees. So it was 3 of us, and so they let us know. But she didn't tell me she was letting me know because of these accusations, because I was just defending myself.
So then, in 19 and in 20, you never saw anything or received anything that said you owe a fine or?
The only fine I knew of is, the one from Target. And even when I found out about the one from Target, I was driving, and I got pulled over, and that's when they told me that my license was suspended, and I was like, how? Like, for what? And so I went to court, and they told me, even the manager from Target was in there. They told me I could either get a lawyer to try to prove my innocence, or I could just pay the fine. They put me on a payment plan, put me on probation, I could do, community health, community service and all of that, so I just did that because I figured that was the easy way out, because I couldn't pay for it.
Yeah.
But this never came up in local court, never.
And it shows the 18, 19, 20, where she was picked up on charges and then made several payments.
And they told me I was there for Target, not for folks like
How did all this go this 1147 come up? And they're in charge, but it's there.
Well, it came up because when the criminal history came back and it showed that she had that additional arrest target, I'll subpoena the police report. So what I usually do is issue a subpoena for that specific report on that day and anything on so far on each side. And so when I did that, it's a report. But she was not charged, like I said, it is a report, but it does mention her by name, it says this was her, and these numbers fell out. I don't know how much more of a coincidence you can get if they say it's you and numbers fall out of your pocket on letterhead from a place that you work, and they trace those numbers back to customers. But yeah, that's where that second report came on, because like I said, I'll subpoena the police reports later side of that incident.
Like I said, I did work there, and when we did take orders, we did write stuff down, but I have never been a boutique stealing anything.
My concern is 2 things that are kind of similar with 2 different companies, but no. One is taking some gift cards and using them, and one might be using somebody's credit card numbers. I mean, that all seems strange to me.
If you don't even think about the one that she wasn't actually charged with, and you only look at the target, she pled guilty to $580. When you go and look at the police report, when you look at the charges, or you look at the credit cards, gift cards, whatever they were, that they listed, there's $580 worth of stuff.
And so they didn't even tell me it was $580. Even in court, they told me it was because I used a $5 promotion gift card. Even when I got called back to law prevention, that's what that was.
So why did they have to pay fines and stuff?
They told me it was because I didn't have a lawyer for one. I mean, I had to pay all the court fees. And then when I didn't go, because I had my dates mixed up, they told me it was because I said I had a failure to appear. So all these charges kept coming up. Because at first they only had me paying like $25 a month. And every month I think they added like $10 if you didn't pay like about first or something like that.
And whether or not you got an attorney has no bearing whatsoever.
And see, I've never been in trouble, so all this was, I mean.
Whether or not you have an attorney has no bearing on how much you have to pay. Like that has no bearing.
Yeah, it was high.
I mean, it wasn't $5 cards, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
With the restitution stuff.
I mean, and I just don't feel good that no responsibility. I mean, none of it was your fault. None of it, they didn't tell you this and they didn't tell you that. It just didn't, I don't know that you really learned anything from this.
I mean, I have learned, I mean, that's why I stayed with the job that I am with now. After that focused laboratory, I just got laid off and I really didn't like get a reason to be laid off. And I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna pursue my medical career of what I really want to do. Those were just like retail jobs, and I mean, it just wasn't working for me. I had children to take care of.
So when Target let you go, and they said, okay, you and the other two ladies, or, whoever it was, did they have you sign anything that said this is why they let you go?
Yes, they did. They had me, write like a statement of basically saying that they gave me the credit card, the gift cards. I had to like write a statement, and that I understood that I was being let out because I was basically taken from the company.
Mr. Daniel, so the thing that originated in 128.15, that's the Target thing?
The target is from 2017.
Well, what does it, because there's a criminal violation that says the violation date of 128.15.
That's Target, and they issued a warrant, so she wasn't picked up on it until 2017.
Okay.
So that's why it shows like a violation date and an arrest date like 2 years ago.
Okay.
That's the reason.
Right, so did she say that she didn't know that she was convicted of?
I did.
I mean, you have to be in court to have a conviction. I mean, you can't be convicted in absentia. So she went to court at some point.
But I guess what I'm asking is she telling us that she didn't know she had been?
I didn't know until I went to court. Like I said, I was driving. And when I got pulled over, that's when they told me I had a warrant for theft of property. So that's when I went to court and found out.
Right, so you knew that as of January of 18, that you were found guilty?
Yes.
Okay, but then on your application that was received by the board on 4/6 of 21, so 2 months ago, you didn't disclose that arrest?
They asked me if I had a misdemeanor. And I said yes, and it was restitution. I mean, because I paid it off.
And what it says is have you been cited, arrested for, charged with, or convicted of a criminal offense in any state or in federal court, whether or not sentence is imposed or suspended. So that's pretty clear.
It was just like real, I didn't know it was federal court. Because it's not like, I didn't get like federal time or anything.
Did you read the application?
Yes.
Okay, so when you answered no to the question, and I'll quote, have you ever been cited, arrested for, charged with, or convicted of, including a no contendere plea or not or guilty plea, a criminal offense in any state or in federal court, other than minor traffic violations, whether or not sentence was imposed or suspended, So you read that question and you said no.
Yes, because I guess I was pertaining, let me listen to like the federal part, because I wasn't getting like, it wasn't federal, so that's why I was just thinking it was federal, not actually like any.
It says in any
Yes,
state.
I understand, yes. So I'm just saying, that's what I thought. But once I received the next letter, that's when I knew it was like, not federal, it was like, any. That's why when I did the waiver, I said, yes, so this one, I had, I'll pay it off.
So when you were let go by Target, you signed a piece of paper, you knew they were letting you go. That's a
Yes.
credit card, but
Yes,
savings card,
Yes.
whatever it is.
but I wasn't arrested because he told me that if I did my statement, then he would be up.
So just to be clear, the application that was submitted, she indicated no. But she knew full well that she had been convicted in a court of law.
It appears that way.
Okay.
But when I signed the paper in Parker, I didn't know I was convicted. I was just saying, yes, I did the hit part.
He's asking, when you filled out your application here in March of 21,
Mhm.
you knew you had been to court.
Oh, yeah. And like I said, I
paid
decided was the paper we're talking about federal. I
Man,
didn't
we
mean
need to be able to have a two-sided conversation. You can't be the only one talking. So can you please let Dr. Perfect finish his question
Yes.
before you try to?
So by our application, part of our concern with the staff is if she answered no to all questions, we see something that apparently shows you should know, first of all, answer yes, and there was criminal activity in the background, which is why we had scheduled her, or, we would instruct her to deny, she files an application for a waiver, and then we're here today.
Did you have any comment on
Does anyone else? I have to go doing this.
Agreed.
Well, I'm not just an emotion, please. I'll make the motion, Veronica Shackelford, that we deny the application. Okay.
So,
Second. Vote discussion. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
Jim, I see y'all on there. Are y'all ready?
Yes, hi, Luke. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can. We're gonna take about a 5-minute break, and then Gord's gonna take about a 5-minute break, and we'll call y'all up.
Sounds good. We'll just hang out here for 5.
Thank you.
Hey, guys. Hi, Jessica.
Hi there.
Eric, how are you?
Hey, Tim. You're here. Doing good.
Hey, Mary, thanks for joining.
Yeah, no problem.
And Mr. Doc, how are you? He's on mute.
I'm doing okay.
Okay, good. Your condo hasn't collapsed? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're in Kentucky now. That's right.
Now in Kentucky, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And it looks like
All right.
looks like that tropical storm is going to go up the other side of Florida anyway. So.
Yeah. Okay. Jessica, we're probably going to fly through these slides really fast just to leave enough time for Q&A. Did you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Jessica, can you hear?
Yeah, we can
Oh,
hear
okay.
you. Maybe she's a 5-minute break. She might take a quick break too.
All right. Yeah. Jessica, do you want to share your slides? We'll start out on the first one.
Will I be sharing? Because it looks like the host has disabled any participants from sharing.
Luke, can we share slides with you, or are you going to put them up? You're muted. We can't hear you, Luke.
How about that? I was just gonna ask
Yep,
you if one of y'all wanted to be able to share your screen for your presentation. We can make that available.
Yep, if you can
Yeah,
do
let
that for me,
Jessica share
Jessica.
hers, please.
Will do. Jennifer, can you make it where Jessica Stagg can share her screen, please?
There we go.
Everyone should be able to see my screen.
Yep, we see them. Thanks.
And they, that's their presentation. Yeah. Made it through. She could share. So, Tim and Jessica, we'll get started here in just a minute. I'm gonna turn it over to John Kirtley, who is our executive director. So,
Okay.
Tim, I can see you, and I guess the other person is just on the phone, correct?
I think that's him on the phone.
I can hear somebody talking, but it's kind of distorted.
Okay, so this is John Kirtley. I'm the director of the board. I know we've got you on the phone. Do we also have another person?
Yes.
Okay, I can hear you, John. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you for meeting with us today.
So just real quick, just to let you know, on this side of the table, from me and to your left and my right, we're staff members here at the board, myself, Dr. Brenda McCready, who's our assistant director, Mr. Luke Daniel, that is over to her right, which you've got him on screen individually. We also have some of our other staff members and rotation students. This is an open public meeting. On the other side, we have board members, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this informal committee, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Brian Jolly. We've got Matrix Care here today. This is a connection for like long-term care patients to a pharmacy. They're requesting to have board approval to connect with the pharmacy. They do have, I think, a brief presentation of how it works. I can tell you that generally when we have seen these, and Tim and Jessica, this is for you, it's usually not necessarily the specific interoperability of how it works. There are some key questions the board often asks, which I know you've answered a couple of them, like does it accept electronic prescriptions for controlled substance and e-prescribing, which I know you addressed that this system does do that. Most of the other questions the board generally has, and it's up to you guys, the board, if you want to see the whole presentation or just skip through the questions, are like how you connect to pharmacies, you know, what fees are involved for pharmacies and those homes or centers sharing fee structures for that, and is it a limited model where you limit who can connect?
Okay, well, we will do our best to answer your questions, and we'll go very quickly through these slides so that we leave plenty of time for Q&A at the end.
Sounds good.
And any next steps. So you see my name there. My name is Tim Korberg, and I'm with Matrix Care. We are a cloud SaaS model-based EHR solution company. We provide clinical and financial EHR solutions for all types of post-acute care facilities, meaning skilled nursing facilities, assisted living, CCRC communities, home care agencies, and hospice organizations. So we have solutions for all types of facilities. Today, we're going to focus on our pharmacy integration program for skilled nursing facilities. So just quickly, the people that are here from Matrix Care, we have Jessica, who is our clinical CPOE and EMR product manager. We have Eric, he's our VP of technical services. We have Mary, she's our pharmacy analyst. We have Michelle, who is our senior business analyst, and we have Doc, who is our director of interoperability services. These people are all involved one way or another in providing the integrations that we provide to our pharmacies. So the genesis of this meeting today is we have clients and prospects in the state of Arkansas that approached us recently, and they would like us to integrate and interface with their pharmacy, and we said sure, and we were informed that we need to meet with you folks as part of the process. So here we are. We're going to go through some quick slides. Let's go to the agenda, Jessica. So what we're going to be focusing on today is our NCPDP bidirectional e-prescribing integration between Matrix Care and the various pharmacy softwares that are in use around the country. We put together a brief agenda. We're going to go through this because there's other parts of the integration that you may be interested in. EPCS is coming down. You had some questions about cost and adoption, and then there's some other non-medication related data points that we communicate with our pharmacy. Okay, Jessica, next slide. So back in 2014, CMS mandated that the NCPDP script version only legal way to electronically transfer an e-prescription or an order from a nursing home to a pharmacy. So back in 2000,
Hey, we keep losing you, Tim. We just lost you.
Software.
Tim, you're breaking
You'll
up.
see in the bullets there, there's,
Tim, you're breaking
hear
up
me?
quite a bit.
Yeah, we just lost you there for about 30 seconds.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So this just points out some of the components of the integration. It's a two-way integration between Matrix Care and the pharmacy software. Various things we've built into this that provide benefits to both our facilities and the pharmacies. Next slide, please. So we have created 4 what we call point-to-point NCPDP integrations with the top pharmacy softwares around the United States. They are Frameworks, QS1, Omnicare's proprietary platform, and PharMerica's proprietary platform. These 4 software systems represent about 98% of the long-term care pharmacy market and about 98% of the facilities that are served by long-term care pharmacies. So you'll see 2 columns on this slide. One is a value to the long-term care facility. One is the value to the long-term care pharmacy. And so it's important to know that there are benefits on both sides that create efficiencies, eliminate medication errors, improve the ordering process, the delivery process, and just overall medication management within the long-term care facilities and the pharmacies. Next, Jessica. And you all have these slides, so feel free to review them. We're just going to go through this fast for you. A little bit about Matrix Care in our market. We are connected and contracted with over 600 long-term care pharmacies across the country. This represents about 13,000 client facilities in all the various care platforms. And this includes, again, skilled nursing, assisted living, CCRC, home care, and hospice. And right now we have over 5,000 live NCPDP bidirectional interfaces with these facilities and these pharmacies. So the point here is we have lots of experience. We've been doing this for 11 years and have, garnered a lot of knowledge along the way. In terms of cost, we do have a per patient bed per day monthly fee that we charge to help cover the cost of developing, hosting, certifying, supporting, and maintaining this direct point-to-point integration between Matrix Care and the pharmacy software. And these costs are covered by the pharmacy, as they are not part of our EHR subscription license with the clients or with the facilities. Okay, next slide. Jessica, you want to take it from here?
And I think, like you mentioned, Luke, we do have a lot of content here, so please feel free to, I'm going to kind of go through it. I just wanted to make sure we had more than less. So please stop me if there are more questions, and otherwise I will go through at a pretty high level. So just e-prescribing in general, that is the term that the Matrix Care application uses when referring to the orders that will automatically be transmitted to the pharmacy. So they're saved in the application and then transmitted to the indicated pharmacy. There is always a transmission status on each e-prescription order so that users can confirm and just view that the order made it to the pharmacy. You'll have the timestamp there as well. If there are errors, they'll go to the failure page so that all users can have a way to easily view the orders that have failed and reprocess them as necessary. The pharmacy fill page, this really is looking for the, or just kind of the pharmacy fill message in general is what's coming back from the pharmacy. And this is indicated in the order details. So as part of the viewing prescription page, we do display the pharmacy fill message that came back from the pharmacy. editing an order, there are some things that will then re-trigger a transmission to the pharmacy, but those are really based on best practices and agreements with the pharmacy of what really changes the order and changes the prescription. So what they need to have, what should trigger a retransmission. And that's something we call a significant change. So those are just things that are changed within the order. Things like the dates, the amount to administer, the order frequency, description, the special instructions, or the ordered by physician. Any of those things will change. It will cause the order to, it'll cause a cancel or discontinue of the order and a new of the edited order. We offer resupply. So again, to help things be more in sync with the pharmacy information, the order information that comes back from the pharmacy helps us then allow users to request a resupply from EMAR, so they can see that if their meds are low, then they can quickly and easily request a refill to then, which is automatically sent to the pharmacy. There are ways to maintain lists for facility stock and automatic dispensing options. So these will transmit with do not send instructions. So this can help to cut back on unnecessary costs or unnecessary delivery of medications that should not be sent to the facility. Pharmacy fill review page. This is really for items when the message that comes back from the pharmacy is it differs with what was ordered in the application. So this may be intentional for the therapeutic equivalents, so that we're looking to have the users confirm that this order should be changed in the application. And so this page is where they'll go to maintain and make sure that they're keeping all of those up to date. If something is not something they need to worry about, they can remove it from that page. The unsolicited fill page, similar to the pharmacy fill page, this is when it really can't match up exactly with the order that was entered in the application, really because there may not be an order in the application. This could be because of a resident demographic discrepancy or some just really the residents there, but the order was never entered in the application. So that might be if a physician calls an order directly into the pharmacy, those will go to the pharmacy, the unsolicited fill page, because there is not an order yet in the application. So again, just the checks and balances just to make sure that everything that's being sent from the pharmacy does match up with an order in Matrix Care. They can associate them or delete them if there was something that was sent incorrectly. We do offer EPCS, just to give you an idea, and everything meets all DEA regulations, to include the quantity prescribed, day supply, earliest fill date, and number of refills as necessary, depending on the schedule of the medication. Those are entered on the order, but then the prescriber sign off. Prescribers have a separate tab for their EPCS orders to sign those. It is their default tab if they have any to sign, since those are the most critical, since they will not be filled by the pharmacy until they're signed. They'll mark them ready to sign. Then they have a notification sent to their phone, and it'll say that they'll get a notification on their HID Global app that says that they have a EPCS order to sign and for which facility. They'll be able to approve it and enter their password, and then it'll be signed successfully in the application. We do offer also ADT allergies resupply and EPCS with some pharmacies, and just can kind of go through those details. Not going to kind of just review these at a high level. And as I mentioned, you have these slides. And so we have ADT available with most pharmacy partners. And those are the e-prescribing workflows in Matrix Care. Are there any questions or things that we can elaborate on?
So I know Dr. Krause has a question, but when you are connecting a long-term care facility to a pharmacy, how many pharmacies can connect to a facility?
Well, I think I understand this question. It has to do with freedom of choice and resident selection.
Well, that's another question. The first one is how many pharmacies can connect to a single long-term care center?
Okay. We can only connect between Matrix Care and the pharmacy software system. It's a one-on-one integration. So only one pharmacy per long-term care facility. Unless, for example, if it's a CCRC community that has a skilled nursing and assisted living and maybe an independent living on the same campus, we can handle different units with different pharmacies. But for a skilled nursing facility, we can only connect to one pharmacy software at a time.
So,
if the resident
be a disqualifier for approval from the Board of Pharmacy in Arkansas. In most of the conversations that the board has had with different type of EMR or integrated health solutions for skilled nursing facilities, assisted living, I'm not aware of one in Arkansas other than a state-run facility that only connects to one pharmacy. So one of the big questions our board usually has is how do multiple pharmacies connect? Because there is a freedom of choice issue, not on Medicare A beds, but on any other beds where the patients get to choose their pharmacy of choice.
Right, and so certainly if a resident chooses an outside pharmacy, they can get their medications there, but that particular pharmacy would get orders into the pharmacy by phone or fax. Mary, Eric, you have anything to add to that question?
Mary, go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, not really. We do have a couple of facilities that are able to connect to two different vendors because currently we only can set up one set of credentials for each vendor. So if they do have, Pharmacy A has Framework and Pharmacy B has QS1, we could potentially get that set up and working, but it's not recommended by our development group. So
Yeah, because with our thousands of customers we have, that's typically not been an issue. There is sometimes those one-off resident that uses a different pharmacy, but then again, it's always just on all the other states. It's they would go and get that entered in. They can, like Tim said, but they can still get that information in. It's just not through the integration.
Right.
Yeah. Doesn't stop them from using.
So we could set up the other pharmacies for receiving faxes, automatically get faxes, and then, but they wouldn't get anything electronically from us. We can only have one set up for electronic.
Per software system, yeah.
When you're billing a pharmacy, it's a per patient bed per day charge. Is that just the patients that are using that pharmacy, or is it just based on whatever patients are in the EHR on the long-term care side?
Yeah, it's based on licensed bed. That's what all of our contracts and subscription agreements are based on, because it really would be impossible for us to track actual census. That's why we've arrived at a low fee to, take into consideration census variations. But we also take into consideration, let's say that this facility is licensed for 100 beds, but it converted double rooms to private rooms, or it shut down a wing. We work with our pharmacies and work that out to a fair number. But basically it's a number that never changes. So if it's licensed for 100 bed and we arrive at 90, it's 90. So there's no confusion on what the monthly fee would be. And the reason we did monthly fee per resident or per bed is, for example, SureScripts and those types of integration companies, they charge per transaction. So it's every new order, every refill, every DC, and it really adds up to be more expensive for the pharmacy than just a plain flat rate.
So I'll tell you, in the programs that have been successful with board approval in the past, and it's actually the board members on this side are the ones that make this decision, but when it has been it's almost an a la carte approach, because with our rules, the pharmacy can't pay value for something that the long-term care facility, the skilled nursing facility might be getting value of that the pharmacy is not. They can only pay for the part that is of value and therefore costing them. So our board has generally not approved systems that try to say flat fee for everyone, even if a portion of those patients either don't exist or are not using the system. So, and believe me, I've been told many times Arkansas is strange and Arkansas is different, but our freedom of choice laws are very open to the patient's access to the pharmacy of their choice. So we do have a lot of pharmacies that are not necessarily the Medicare A-bed provider for pharmacy services, where a facility may have 5 other pharmacies that serve half the patients in that facility. Those are the main 2 questions I have. I'm sure you guys have questions.
So that probably that's very common across the United States. We service many rural areas all about the country, and so we work with the pharmacies to work out solutions based on what percentage of the facility they have and what kind of services they're providing. Are they doing consulting? Are they making deliveries? Do they have emergency kits? We take all of that into consideration and try to arrive at a fair number. But again, this is optional for, both the pharmacy and the facility. If they try it and they determine that it's not working or not providing benefit to the pharmacy, then we've turned it off in the past, and we've had situations where both sides just say, no, this isn't working. So we're very flexible. Our contracts with our pharmacies there's no term. It can be terminated at any time. You can tell us to turn off the integration. So it's very pharmacy friendly in terms of there's no ironclad length of service or anything like that.
So when we have I think there's a carve out for EPCS on some of the institutionalized patients, but on your system, the only pharmacy that would be receiving the EPCS electronic controlled prescriptions would be the one aligned with that facility, and the rest would be getting faxes or phone calls.
That's
unless, of course, like she said, if the other outside pharmacy used a different software system, then we could set it up. Let's say that one pharmacy uses Frameworks and one pharmacy uses QS1, then we could work it out that we point it to the 2 different pharmacy systems.
And then, of course, also for discharge orders, which we order, and we know that's kind of a big part of EPCS, that's across the SureScripts network. So any pharmacy that is on the SureScripts network could receive, and they can indicate that, can receive the discharge controlled substance order or non-controlled substance order.
Yeah. What she's talking about is one of our features is electronic discharge orders. So when the patient leaves the facility and is going to go home or go to a different, maybe care setting, assisted living, we have an agreement with SureScripts so that our system can send those electronic discharge orders to any pharmacy that's in the SureScripts network, which is basically every pharmacy in the country.
Yeah.
So, Luke, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So we're having a little trouble hearing and the question. So at the end of this meeting, if you could follow up with maybe a written list of questions, so we made sure we addressed them properly.
Yeah. Right now, the board members are just discussing what their plan is now. If they've got any more questions, we'll be sure that we speak up for you.
Okay. Are we adjourned?
Well, we're kind of waiting, we're seeing if the board wants to make a decision today or what they want to do.
Okay, thank you. Please get back in touch with us.
Tim, I think they're basically still talking right now, and they'll get, just waiting for them.
Oh, okay. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Y'all speak up, board members, we all speak up, you can do your discussion so they can hear.
Does anyone else have any comments?
So what my question to the other board members, and it may help you as well, is that if say there's a home in Arkansas serviced by 3 pharmacies, your software would not support the 3 pharmacies servicing that home on a level playing field.
They couldn't all connect.
And
If, what Dr. Crash trying to say, so if he and I both use QS1, and he and I both have patients in nursing home A, nursing home A would only be able to have a link with Matrix Care to one of the 2 pharmacies.
for electronic orders, yes, at this time.
Okay. Yeah. So. Good night. You could, but it would not be consistent. Yeah. He's say that 11 your link.
So I'm gonna make a motion that we deny.
So I'll move.
Access.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
What they have made a motion to deny your request at this time, based on what was presented today. I will get that in a letter to you. If you so choose, you have the right to come to a full board hearing with these 5 members and the other 3, and have a full board hearing on this matter if you so choose. But based on what they've heard today and the fact that only one pharmacy can connect at a time, they denied that request. But like I said, I will get that all in writing. And if something changes in the future, we would, and something changes with the fact that more pharmacies can connect, or whatever the case may be, we would be glad to readdress this.
All right, thank you very much for meeting with us, and we'll look forward to seeing that letter.
Thank you. Ms. Ogden, are you ready? Is it Ogden?
Yes.
So how many, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Come up.
You're welcome. You're welcome to come over with whatever you want to do this week.
How many of those are for?
Yes, ma'am.
4 or 5, I would say.
I did, and I'm just about to hand them out.
Yes.
You're welcome
to sit over here with whatever.
Yeah, the pharmacy generally go here, they whatever activity they have, but not like, hey, you got 90 beds, you pay for everybody, because you're never gonna have everybody.
That's funny, it's the home never asked this.
Well, they're pushing. They didn't show it.
We'll get those other,
We'll get them, yeah.
we'll grab those other 2 from this from earlier. This is Stormy Ogden. And I have copies. She just brought letters of recommendation with her, so I'll make everybody copies of them. Those are originals, you need a copy back.
No, I actually have copies of everyone.
So Ms. Ogden, I know you saw a little bit of the interaction earlier. I'm going to back up a step to the part that you had missed earlier.
Okay.
I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. You want to tell us who you got with you today?
This is my husband, Darren Ogden.
Okay. Darren, thank you for coming. And as you can see, this is an open forum, so you're welcome to be here as well. On this side of the table, and actually all over here We are all staff members here at the Board of Pharmacy. Myself, Dr. Fred Brady, who's our assistant director, Mr. Daniel, who's our legal counsel. And on the other side of the board table, we've got our pharmacy board members, Dr. Lynn Kraus, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this informal committee, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Brian Jolly. We're here today. You have submitted an application to be a pharmacy technician in the state of Arkansas. You did let us know that something was going to come back, which is part of what we'll discuss today. I'll turn that over to Mr. Daniel, and I know the board members are going to want to hear from you as well. And in this process, the board members can make one of many decisions. As you've seen in part, they could approve, deny, table it for a period of time, say, it could be reconsidered under certain conditions, but whatever they come up with, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forward with whatever they've said. If you disagree, it's kind of your chance to either say, you know what, forget this and walk away, or to request a hearing with a full board, much like Mr. Daniel explained the previous group. Full board, we call this informal, even though it's always fairly formal when you appear before a board or anything. But a formal hearing is 8 board members, a hearing officer in the middle explaining everything, a court reporter typing everything out, and we swear everybody in. So it is a little bit more formal in that sense. Do you have any questions about how the process works?
No, sir.
All right. With that, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Daniel.
This is a pharmacy technician application. She did mark yes that she had been arrested or cited before and also been found to be in possession of a controlled substance. She has, going back to 1999, she has arrests from 1999 through 2009. 99, she was arrested for theft of property. In 2002, she was arrested for aggravated assault. In 2003, she has a possession of a marijuana conviction. In 2006, she has a felony burglary conviction. She was placed on probation for that, and that probation was later revoked, and she was sentenced to prison. This is in Texas. Also in 2006, she has a felony conviction for possession or transportation of anhydrous ammonia. If those of you that aren't familiar with anhydrous ammonia, it is a farm fertilizer. It's a liquid that's used as a chemical farm fertilizer. It is also highly prized by methamphetamine drugs. So there's an issue with it being stolen at times and whatever. It's not considered a controlled substance. It's considered a regulated substance. But she does have a felony conviction for that, for possession, transportation of anhydrous ammonia. I did reach out to the DEA just to be sure this was not some type of charge that she needed to waive. She does not. They do not consider anhydrous ammonia. Like I said, it's not considered a controlled substance. It's regulated. So there's no issue with the DEA waiver or anything like that in this case. But then also in 2009, she had a death of property arrest. So she does, granted, hasn't had anything in the last 12 years, but does have those 2 felony convictions in 2006 for that burglary and 2006 for anhydrous ammonia, and that misdemeanor drug conviction in 2004. So I'll turn it over to her if that's okay with you, and let her kind of walk through what was going on, whatever you want to tell her.
Okay, in 2002, that was a dispute between me and my mother. My mother is an abusive person. She was on top of me and she was beating me. I pushed her off of me, and with the force that, she's a lot bigger than I am at the time, with the force that I pushed her off, she had hurt one of her ribs and had to go to the hospital. She had previous cancer, so her bones were brittle. I never violently tried to hit her. I did try to get away. Therefore, I was arrested. The charges were dropped when everything came to light. In 2009, I was not arrested. I did have some hot checks out, and we took care of them. I was not, when it comes to the writing of the hot checks, at the time, I was the most irresponsible person with money. I've gotten a lot better. I don't overextend now, should I say. I have a past. I am not proud of that past. but that pass saved me when it sent me to prison. Because I know without a shadow of a doubt, I would be dead if I had not been arrested. I did not run around with the best of people after my divorce. My divorce was my spiraling. Pretty much, I wasn't a mother anymore, and I wasn't a wife. The judge gave custody to him because I was a stay-at-home mom. I had no way of supporting my children. And he was not the best of people. To this day, we're friends now. But at the time, we were not.
And maybe I missed it, I stepped out, but what was the anhydrous transportation? What were you doing?
I was with two other guys. I know this sounds weird when I say it. I knew I was going to be arrested that night. I had already drunk. I was done. I had been in drugs for 3 years. I was done. I was tired. I went with them. I was the person that was, I guess you would call it, lookout. They filled up in hydrous. At the time, I knew what they were using it for.
The cooking method?
They were cooking methamphetamines.
Would y'all take it, you steal it from a farm or?
They stole it, well, I went with them, but they stole that from these huge, what they call ponies. To me, they're just tanks. I don't know why they call them.
Yeah. Pull behind trailers or just.
Well, they were actually pull behind trailers. In Frost, Texas, there is a whole plant, I guess, where they make it. And there's huge tanks, and
They just filled up what they wanted out of it.
pretty much, yes.
And what was the burglary conviction? What was going on there?
Honestly, I was with a guy again. I knew these people. I had gone to the vet that day, which is right around the corner, to have my Sparky signed up for her to get fixed because I didn't want her to have puppies. They went in and they robbed. I took the blame for him because his mom asked me to.
And you said earlier you weren't arrested in 2009?
No, it was not.
This shows on September 1st, 2009, you were arrested by the police department?
I thought you said the theft.
It was a fail to ID.
That one I
And
was,
also theft of property.
yes, sir, I was arrested on that one. I said on the theft of checks. I was not arrested on that 2009 that said theft of checks. I was not arrested for that one.
So what was the failed ID fugitive? What was going on?
I was scared to death. I had just gotten out of prison. I had no sense of, honestly, I was scared.
Who were you with? Just somebody you weren't supposed to be, they took off or something? What was going on?
No, I actually, this is the weird part. I lived there. I was taking care of someone and I lived there. And when he came, because the elderly lady that I took care of, she was in the stages of dementia. And she would call 911 for just random things. And when she did this, and they came knocking on the door, I had just gotten off work at Logan's Roadhouse. When she called them and they came, I don't even know why I panicked. I don't. I can't say I wasn't doing anything wrong, but I panicked. And I didn't identify who I was. I identified as my sister.
Oh, you
Because I
misidentified
didn't-
yourself.
Yeah, I did not identify as myself. I identified as my sister because I was scared to death. I guess because I was afraid of going back to jail. I was afraid of going to prison again. I wanted out and it freaked me out. I literally panicked.
How long were you in prison?
I was in prison for half of my time. I did 3 years on a 6.
And when's the last time you used any type of controlled substance?
2005.
So before these arrests?
No, 2005 I was using when I was
That's what I'm
arrested.
saying. Still working at Harts?
I am.
What do you do there?
I'm a pharmacy tech without my license. I don't use or I don't like count the pills or anything. I answer the phones, I take the prescriptions, and I put them in the computers. I help take out trash, clean everything. I do help inventory. When the drugs come in, like all the pills and stuff, I do make sure that we have got what we need in our little McKeeson paperwork.
So you take orders on the phone and you put those?
I take over refills and stuff, yes.
And you key them in the system?
Yes, I key them in the system, like if I go to the person's, they tell me their date of birth, I ask them what are they needing a refill on. They either tell me the name of the drug or they tell me the prescription number.
And you ever just drop me a prescription? Like if I come in with a prescription and hand it to you, you scan it or anything?
No.
Do they scan the prescription?
I just write down the date of birth and everything and make sure we have their insurance on file, and then I pass it on to the girl that's next to me, and she takes care of all that part by scanning them in and all that. And if there's a prescription that a hospital or a doctor's office calls, then I have to put them on hold so they can talk to the pharmacist.
What's the one you work at?
Parks 133. And, that's for long. I just went blank for a second. Sorry.
How long have you been in this location?
I've been with Parks, going on 2 months now, I believe.
So what did you technically go to prison for? I see.
I technically went to prison for the anhydrous pneumonia, which also bumped me with the, no, excuse me, I take that back. It was the regular habitat, and then it bumped my anhydrous pneumonia from back. So that I did both times at the state penitentiary.
You're on probation for one, and then they
Yes.
bump that based on the other one.
Right.
And she was a person.
And what was the Berkeley, what did you actually steal?
Honestly, I didn't steal anything. The boyfriend had stole, I'm assuming he had TVs, and I think the biggest thing, he had a wedding ring. If the officers had checked that day, because I kept telling him I didn't do it, and if they had pulled the reports, I denied everything up to the point. And finally, while I was sitting in jail, after his mom came to visit me and everything, her idea was, wouldn't it be better if only one of y'all went to jail? That way the other one can take care of it. Well, in my mind, because I was naive to how big this was, I said, okay. And I really didn't realize, because if I had known how big that burglary thing was, nowhere in my right mind would have took that charge, because I already had a charge. But I took that charge. But if the officer had checked, he would have known I was at the vet's office that day, because it was documented.
So Lou, the way I understand, the DEA, and not to be wrong, but, if there's any felony charge.
Has to be related to controlled substances. And I called the DEA and I talked to, the supervisor here over the version. And he said anhydrous ammonia is not a controlled substance. It is a regulated substance. So there was no issue as far as the DEA is concerned with that charge.
I'm willing to take a drug test every single day for the rest of my life, because I know I'm clean, I know I'm sober, and I know I learned a lot of things from where I went and where I've been.
So there was no methamphetamine in the arrest or anything?
They made anhydrous ammonia a regulated substance, I don't know, 15 years ago.
Yes, small, this one.
People were stealing it from farms, used to cook meth, because it's a whole lot easier than, going out buying small batches of whatever else. They could steal gallons and gallons of it. So that's why they made it a regulated substance. It's a part of it. They mix it with other stuff, used to fertilize farmers.
Yeah, so 21 CFR 1301.76 is the federal regulation. Other security controls practitioners, the first sentence is Registrant shall not employ as an agent or employee who has access to controlled substance any person who has been convicted of a felony offense relating to controlled substances, or who at any time have an application registration goes on about surrendering registrations. The felony is about a felony related to controlled substances.
Since it said related to, I called just to be sure. They said they're fine, there's no issue.
I don't know if I can ask Cindy if she remembers, but Oklahoma sees it totally different.
Yeah, but
Yes,
that's,
they've got a beer in our products.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
OBNDD in Oklahoma
You
has.
can't employ anyone, anywhere in the pharmacy at all that has any kind of drug.
Not Oklahoma.
So I was sitting there
And-
thinking,
And in Arkansas, it's an automatic disqualifier. And so she's here today requesting a waiver from the disqualification, which the board would have to give her a waiver in order for her to be able to be a pharmacy tech. There's not a statewide rule that you can't be employed in a pharmacy as a clerk, or, you know, sweeping the floors or anything else with a felony conviction.
okay, I shouldn't make sure.
Yeah.
Cause that, it's kind of that Oklahoma bill always.
Oh, yeah.
But related to your last comment, I mean, it sounds like she's doing some things that are technical.
We are having a sidebar about that because, you know, and I'll ask more directly, so if a patient calls and has their numbers for their refills, are you punching those into the computer to spit out the label for the pharmacist?
No, I am, what I do is I go into the computer system under their name and I'll hit refill complete. And then it goes to, I guess, what they call adjudication. And then they go and dispense everything.
Well, what I understand, and I'm not intimately aware of how their computer system works in parts, but we would generally say that's a technician duty.
Oh,
So
see, I did not know that.
just like counting the pills or putting them in the bottles is a technician duty, you know, saying from the doctor's office, yes, it's okay to refill, you know, currently such and such, taking that type of order be a technician duty as well. So we do not say that you have to be a technician to take inventory. You have to be a technician to take inventory off the shelf to fill a prescription. But in the very odd technical sense, the historical interpretation of the board is you don't have to be a technician necessarily to stock the shelves. Put up the daily order does not necessarily have to be a technician.
What about return to stocks?
Return to stock will be a technician.
And anything to do with the profile, basically like going in to see what is wrong with the face. Okay, listen.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize that either. I'm not sure if they're
Yeah.
aware, but I do return to stock.
Yeah, it's probably a pharmacist that you work for that doesn't or hasn't necessarily thought about the specific implications of some of those specific duties.
You figure it's all on the computer, it's not me touching the drugs.
Bill, and I believe that's more of a discussion that,
Yeah, we can
I'm
have
sorry.
we need to have.
I
a
apologize.
They're not going to hold that against you, but there will be a clarifying conversation coming with your employer.
I have a question regarding both the 2006 felony arrests and convictions. It says probation was revoked. Why was your probation revoked once?
Because of the other charge. I didn't get probation twice. I only had probation once. And then when I got the other charge, it revoked that probation and I went straight to prison.
She's right, I went back and looked after, she's right on that. She didn't, it was revoked, her first, which case
And
came
then
first.
hydrosamine was first.
So that one was revoked based on the new charge. Both of them got revoked, that's, I went back and looked at this, she's right.
And were the people involved in hydrosamine incident the same people as the people in felony burglary?
No, I met this guy in the halfway house that I was staying at. That was in Corsicana, that I had, I was homeless because my mom didn't want me back because her and I didn't get along and the abuse situation that we were both in, we were toxic to each other. I didn't have a place to live. I didn't want to go back towards Athens and all that, because I didn't want to be involved with the same people, and I thought I was getting away from them. I really did, and my paper was broke. I kept picking up with the same kind of people that I wanted away from. And when I went to prison, and I decided, everybody kept trying to get me to come home, come this direction. I'm the one who sought out Waco because Waco had nothing to do, I didn't have any friends, didn't have any family, didn't have anyone there. And I learned in prison that the only person I could depend on was me. And I had to stay away from people. I had to change my people, my places, my things, and everything about my life. It was the grace of God that I met someone that wasn't, he was in the military at the time.
So can you give us a small, kind of tell us from 2009, we got prison?
I went to meetings for Alcoholics Anonymous. I couldn't find an NA, so I found AA. I found a sponsor. I continued to work my steps. I just kept pushing myself to work and better myself. I went to work for a hotel. I was there from 2010, I believe, till the present time which there were some off and on times because I would get a manager job and I would go do it, but they closed down the manager's job or they let me go at a different company because they were discontinuing that office area. But I would always go back to the hotel where I worked, and I continuously worked from at Days Inn until they sold it. And when they sold it, I got to work for another company. That company distinguished that job area that I had. And I was unemployed, and then I found out I had cancer. And so I'm 6 months cancer free now, and I've just been, I applied for HARPS, just the grocery store. I didn't even think about applying for the HARPS because of my past. I could only lift up to 20 pounds. Paul recommended me to Kelvin. Kelvin is the one who offered me a job. I was very upfront with him. I said, hey, this is my past. I may not live in that past anymore, but I still have this past. And he was willing to give me the opportunity that led me to here. I have officially lived here since February. I had to stay behind when he had already moved up in October. And October the 15th on my birthday, I found out I had cancer. And he'd already changed jobs. We lost our insurance. And the only way I could get my treatment was to stay behind and live with my mom. And we fought through it. And we got my double mastectomy and everything where I could be cancer free. And then I moved up here because I didn't want to continue to seek my treatments down here. I was at the point of just going it all the way because I wanted to be with my husband. And so I moved up here on the farm, and that's where I've been. And I'm now getting these changed jobs where we get insurance again, and we're starting my treatment program and everything again next week, actually. Any other questions?
Basically, from 2009 till now, you feel like everything is resolved.
I've resolved everything. I fought through some demons I had from being molested as a child and stuff, and the fourth marriage that I was in. And I've resolved those. I went through counseling and had to seek the fact that I will always have scars from that, but I don't want to allow them to contradict me and who I am today.
Trying to think through it,
I really don't think all the kids is supplying. That is.
This is stuff. There's a lot.
Have y'all got to read it through the letters that I sent to them?
That was very good. Of you, Rhonda.
And I have, I mean, it's admirable where you're at, you know, where you're at and how you've gotten here. But in the end, I would have to walk right here and say that. Well, somebody honestly, you feel the convictions and their problem. That's it. That's all. That means you won't do well in life, do well. Whatever you try to do, I don't think you can. That's mine. And you want to go for it, but that's fine.
I know I need to work on this, so.
And you've done all that you can, you know. Obviously, they take it not. Yeah, it's not necessarily be a great person and successful in life without being, well, then growth.
If they do have any work in it.
Yeah, I've been working there and there's no issues and I never worked there.
Does your employers know the pharmacist in charge?
Yes, I was very upfront with him and told him from the get-go, and he was still willing to give me that chance because he could tell that I wasn't that person. And I wish I could go back and change it, and I can't. But all I can do is pick myself up and keep pushing and being stronger.
I'm in more.
You write the information order, Jazz.
I didn't ask him to. They just sent me a text earlier and told me that they were supporting me. And that they were praying for me. Helen just got back yesterday. He was on vacation for a couple of days.
I'm there. She was still fighting some stuff. Believe me. I say I'm a man that served 22 years ago. And I was in a position of great responsibility on that. And she was truthful with me, lost integrity. And I told her at the time, because I was divorced, that any mess up that would harm the relationship between me and my daughters. She's fought this, and it's bothered her. I don't know how else to say that she's done what she needs to do to move forward. She would not be in my life, she had. Where we live and what we do. So I can find a job, place, where close to this one, so.
It's not even about the money, it's the simple fact that there is no job security. And this was the only job that was offered to me simply because I cannot lift over so many times. It puts me in a disability bracket.
We thank you for your time and we thank you for considerations.
And I feel like every time I turn around, I'm convicted over and over. Because no one will give me that opportunity to be the person to show them that I'm better than that. And I am,
I believe that.
and I understand where you come from too.
You have actually a very, very, very long person.
People overcome things, and sometimes people don't give them chances to prove that they are an asset to this world.
So you're out.
And I do believe you're an asset to this world. I do believe that you're an asset to it. I don't think that
Is it because that you're afraid that I will use again? Because I also know that
steel would be the first thing that would come to mind. Not that you would do that tomorrow, but just based on what I'm looking at, I would have to turn it. You know, our job is to protect citizens of the state of Arkansas. Not my personal or anybody's personal preferences. You know, when you walk out of here and you look in the mirror, did I do what I need to do to protect our Kansans from the practice of pharmacy?
I understand
And
that.
I, as an individual, were to let somebody with 2 felony convictions in that property, I mean, I believe you're a good person. That's not the issue. The issue is that I've got 2 felonies that are theft of property staring at me. I mean, I'm not even mentioning the possession. I'm not mentioning the aggravated assault. I'm just mentioning the 2 felony convictions and the theft of property. I just can't say, okay, yeah, go work in the pharmacy. There's a lot of places that people be affected, you know, and be in find fulfillment. But I can't do it.
So when I worked at the hotel, I had access to everybody's credit card number. I had access to checkings. I had access to 3 different accounts. Not one time did something like that ever crossed my mind.
And it shouldn't, and I'm glad. That's good. That's the minimum.
And there are consequences to the things that you do. And, you know, we don't have control of it. Those are your choices.
I know I made choices. I told you in my letter. There were choices I made, and they were the worst choices I could ever make in my life. And I wish I could come back and have it. I'm sorry.
You don't have to use the apologize to us. I mean, we know that you're going to do good. It's just right now, you know, pharmacy as far as I'm concerned. I don't know. It's just me.
So I'm trying to take a neutral spot here, but
I'm open.
that's nice. So, I feel like the extreme of the convictions and the types of things are very hard to overcome. With Lynn on that, I feel like you've done a wonderful job of turning yourself around. You have a wonderful husband that's supporting you. I mean, I think it's all good for you. You probably will never get to not have this in your past. It's already happened. But I do feel with as much as you've done to try to help yourself, things are going so well. It's very hard to deny you, but I feel like these might just be too bad to be able to a check license.
I'm sure we have pharmacists that have this route, but they have a license.
I'm hard pressed to find that. I mean, we've had one felony, pre-existing pharmacy school, we've had a couple people that come back from the addictive disease issues, which,
But they're monitored.
for years with advocacy in the district with a. And I'm just, reading the vibe, it sounds like there's not going to be a majority vote to approve her permit. But I think that I'm also getting where it says that no one wants to do anything to disadvantage her with anything else. So the middle ground, and for you guys, it's, if they vote to deny, that's a negative mark on her for something else. And it appears to me they are not wanting to give her a negative mark that could hurt her somewhere else, but they're not willing to approve this at this time. So, I mean, the board could vote to table it or allow her to withdraw it, either one of which has no negative connotation that she would not have to disclose somewhere else that she was denied. Say, well, she'd say, I applied for it and I was not given a waiver, but she also was not denied necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, you can just withdraw it, right? I mean, you can just let it expire to take no action, let it expire.
I mean, you guys could vote to take no action at this time, which prevents her from having anything damaging from it.
I feel like you have represented yourself extremely well. You've taken ownership for it, it still can't go away, and then we're in a different predicament for what our role is. We can feel very sad for you that we're kind of in that predicament, but I think you really have presented yourself well. I mean, proud that you're holding yourself.
So I want to make a motion.
Take a motion, we take no action at this time.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
What they've done is, instead of denying your license, they've decided to take no action on it, which means they did make a decision. You'll get a letter in the mail just stating this, and you do have the right, if you want to appeal this to a full board hearing, you have that right, but that's just what they decided to do today. So this way, if you apply for another type of license with another board, and they're gonna ask you a question, have you ever had a license in mind? You won't have to say that. That's the decision they made today. I'll, the PO box 39 is still the address, and I'll mail a letter for that. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think our 3:30 maybe.
Well, we've got two here already. We've got 2 for 3 o'clock. They're just sitting out. So we've got Tawana Fuller.
Then what do you think?
5 minutes. Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes. Thank you, Cindy.
All right, we are back. We're back on. We have, there's two more out here. You want to bring them in so you
Yeah,
can
they're
all
all
spill?
Yeah. And you must be Miss Fuller.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I just want to, just have a seat, but Dr. Curley's kind of go over the process, please. Go ahead, Ms. Fuller up here, and then Ms. Thomas and Mr. Brown.
So, guys, I'm going to address all three of you, so we only have to do this once.
I'm sorry, I keep calling you Mr. Brown, Mr. Crow. Apologize.
So I'm John Curtin, I'm Director of the Board of Pharmacy, and at this front table today, on this side of the room, we are all staff members and the students on our patient care at the Board of Pharmacy. Myself, Dr. Brenda McCready is on her way back in. She is our Assistant Director. Mr. Daniel is our Legal Counsel. On the other side of the table, you've got 5 pharmacy board members, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this informal committee, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Brian Gall. I believe all of you are here about your pharmacy technician applications, pharmacy technician issues. On this, we'll call you up one at a time. The board members have just received a copy of your application, same materials you've got as of this afternoon, so that they can look at it. And in this process, I'll turn it over to staff. Staff will just give an overview of why we're here, specifically on your case, and then it'll turn over for you to kind of tell us what's going on. The board members might have questions as well. In this process, the board members can make one of many decisions. They could vote to approve your application, vote to deny your application, vote to table your application, or take no action today, or any one of a number of things. The most important thing for you is that you can either agree or disagree with what they say. If you agree with it, then we just go forth with whatever their decision is. If you disagree with their decision, it gives you a chance to basically say, forget this and walk away, or to say, I would like to have a full hearing before the full board at a later date. That is a more formal process where we 8 pharmacy board members, a hearing officer, a court reporter. They swear every person in. It's much more like you see on TV or actually going to court, the way that works procedurally. So do any of you have any questions about how this works? No. Okay. Whenever you're in front of the board, for any of you, if you have a question or don't understand something that's happened or is going on, or you need to ask us something, by all means, stop us and ask those questions. Okay. So first off, we have Ms. Fuller, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Daniel for an overview.
Like Dr. Curley said, this is a pharmacy technician application. She did check yes on her application that she had been arrested previously and also had a record expunged. She had some old hot check issues back, early 2000s. Board really has no issue with that. She does, however, in 2005, she was convicted twice of felony theft of property. I do have the court records that just show that she was convicted. She did change her plea and plead guilty to this and was placed for probation. Prosecutor's office, due to the age of the case and the fact that it was non-violent, the prosecutor's office said it didn't have to file. So we're really not sure on the facts in that, but maybe she can get into it in just a few minutes. But it does show that one of the convictions was for had approximately $9,000 in restitution, and the other count was approximately $4,700. So both of those, like I said, are felony convictions, or two counts of felony theft property. And so, Ms. Fuller, I'll turn it over to you. They're just going to want to kind of hear what happened, what's going on here, and kind of what you've done since.
Okay.
And if you will kind of speak up, I know sometimes it's hard to hear through a mask.
So during that time, there was a time in my life that at the point I really didn't care about much of anything. What happened was there was some checks that was requested and that was deposited in my bank that, well, one of my banks that was not mine, that was transferred back to the past. It's something that like I regret, and I was actually hanging with a group of people that I probably should have and known better than to hang with, But I'm not putting the blame on them because it was my own responsibility, so I take full responsibility for my actions. During that time, I was arrested. I did go to court. I did have a lawyer, and they did read the plea. It gave me 5 years of probation, pay restitution, and also the biggest thing that made me like reevaluate my whole life is I did go down at that time. I guess it was something new to the course, the criminal system, is that you had to spend like 1 day at the Department of Corrections. Which you weren't actually like in there, you had to stand like outside and see how the actual correction facility works, you know, with the people there who went through. And at that time, my daughter was probably maybe 3, 4, somewhere up in there, single mom. So once I did that experience there, it was in the 5-year probation thing, where you have to report in, constantly trying to maintain and hold on to that, which I did, but that put a big change in my life. Like, I had to like reevaluate my whole entire life, which I did. So after that, you know, I maintained my job, I paid the restitution. It was a struggle, but I did what I was supposed to do. Since then, I finished my degree. I raised my child, and which is now getting her degree also. And I've been working ever since. So I have done a lot, and I've done my certification as a certified healthcare access assistant associate, which I currently work in a hospital setting now as a patient access coordinator. And just recently, you know, I did a lot of stuff to just keep me, you know, more focused on, hey, this is what I could have lost and this is where I could have been in order to achieve where I'm at now. And I actually feel like my past is my past. I'm not gonna forget it, but I move forward to make a better change in my life.
So were these, you mentioned checks, were they like stolen checks that y'all forged, or how?
It was like a, I don't know exactly remember. It's like a check, like a request from an insurance, and then they send it to you. Is the process. So it was like request from, I don't even remember the lady name. I seen it on paper, like Miss Levin. It's like a retirement thing, and a check was requested, but the information was sent to my bank.
I got it. So y'all made a fraudulent request and then catch the check.
Yeah.
And they were, so it was about $15,000 total.
I don't even remember it being that much, but that's what they have on the paper. But I do know that I had to pay restitution for that, the money.
Was restitution made to Redson Medical Center?
Yes, they made it to, it actually was Resmond Medical Center for Brenda Levings, I think that's what it said.
And why did it go to Redson Medical Center?
Because that's where the retirement fund was at that point, at that time.
A lot of times on a forgery or something like that, whoever the bank institution will make it right with the victim, and then the money goes back to the institution. That makes sense. So like most forgeries, your bank, like you have a check for us, your bank's gonna cover that for you. But then if any money comes out of the criminal case, it goes back to the bank. So that's probably what that was. They probably made her right. They probably made the victim right, and then they took the blame from her.
Excuse me. Is there a dollar amount above or below that makes it a felony?
Yes. Yes, as of like, I mean, this was back in 05, but like right now, up to $1,000, it is a misdemeanor. 1,000 to 5,000 is a D felony. 5 to 25,000 is a C felony. Over 25,000 is a B. So it is kind of, the more money involved, the higher it goes. Like this was a B felony back in the day because I think over $5,000 was a B felony. So I mean, it's kind of lowered over the years, but yes, it's the dollar amount that makes a theft a felony and at what level.
So how did y'all come up with this plan? What kind of brought you to this? Yeah.
To be honest with you, I really don't know. I mean, it was just, you know, at the point we needed money at the time and, you know, maybe I can get, you know, with, like, you know, I'm not gonna say get away with it, it was gonna come, you know, come down, but at the time it was just, that's all.
What amount of money consistent of our previous deliberations, I don't see how we can find it.
Yeah. Have you worked as a tech?
No,
No.
And where do you work now?
I work in a hospital.
Which hospital? There's like two minutes.
Baptist.
Big Baptist here in Little Rock.
North Little Rock.
North Little Rock Baptist, Spring Hill.
Yes, that's a case master for it.
Or keep your other things.
But no action at this time.
No action.
Sure.
Who's on the second? So a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. The motion passes.
What they've chosen to do is to not make a decision on your application in lieu of denying it. Because if they deny your decision, you'll have to report that if you ever apply to the medical field or anything like that. They've decided not to grant your license based on those two felonies. But instead of denying it, they're just not going to take any action on it, and it will expire in October 27th, 2020. You will get a letter stating that, and you have the right to appeal that to a full board hearing if you want to. But I'll send you a letter. You still that Foxwood Drive to the address.
Yes.
Okay. I'll mail a letter there that you can decide how you want to handle it from there. But they're not denying it, so that way, if you apply to another hospital or whatever, and they ask you have you ever had a license denied, you can say no. Because they're just taking no action on it instead of denying it.
Okay.
But you still have the right to appeal that, but it'll all be that way.
We do appreciate that you have taken ownership and you accepted it, but these are just large amounts of money. It would be very hard for us to put on a pharmacy, but we're happy that you're turning your life around and it's a little better.
Thank you. Mr. Crowe? If you just have a seat, right in front of the camera, please.
Mr. Crowe, I think you already heard the description of the procedures. Did you have any questions before we start?
I don't think so.
Okay. Daniel?
Yeah, this is a technician application. He did mark yes that he had been arrested and had a record sealed and had been found to be in possession of controlled substance. In 2017, he was arrested for possession of marijuana and possession of drug paraphernalia. Marijuana and a pipe were found in the car that he was riding in. Apparently, there were several subjects in the car. He paid court costs, and that case was dismissed after 6 months. It's kind of it's not uncommon to get somebody get what they call a passive dismiss. You don't get any trouble in 6 months or a year, et cetera, with the dismiss your case. And so don't show any other criminal history, so that's probably why he was allowed to do that. But he does, like I said, does have that arrest in 2017. Mr. Crowe, I'll turn it over to you, and they're just kind of going to want to hear what was going on then, what happened this day, and what's been going on since. And I know sometimes it's kind of hard to speak through a mask, but if you just kind of speak up a little bit so they can hear everything you say.
Yeah, of course. So that night in particular, me and my cousin were talking back and forth on the phone. That night, just about going to get dinner somewhere. He had mentioned another friend that he was tag along and suggested that we just ride with him so we don't have to drive. We have all met in the mall, the parking lot of the mall. And as we leave, I got in the vehicle, not, a minute later, we were getting pulled over and he didn't turn on his headlights. So there was a cop that passed us shortly after we get pulled out. He had asked the driver, I don't remember the guy's name that was driving that night. He asked him to get out and did some kind of test of some sort. He said he had smelled marijuana in the car or on his person at the time. He had removed all of us from the vehicle. When they searched that vehicle that night, they found some marijuana in a glasses case, I believe. So there was some paraphernalia of a pipe as well. We all ended up being booked that night, right out on a signature bond. My attorney had suggested that I go under advisement, which was not a guilty plea or unguilty plea, it's more of like just a passive wait, I guess you could say. Remind that it has any more criminal activity after that time frame would be expunged and removed. And part of that advisement came a marijuana class, more of like an awareness for more of me, because I was still working at the pharmacy as a clerk at the time, same pharmacy I'm still working at. And
where are you working?
Sorry?
Where are you working?
Health Depot number 3 in Greenwood, Arkansas. There's multiple locations.
So how many people were in a meeting?
There were 3 total.
And where were you sitting?
I was in the back center seat.
Okay, so you just kind of sitting in the middle?
Yeah.
Okay, and there was, I guess, I'm looking at the police report, there was, it's a bag found, like a baggie, sandwich baggie that was found in the front passenger seat that I guess had, really didn't have any marijuana in it, but had like some residue and stuff. And then there was, that eyeglass case was in, like in the back, but you know, you had a pocket in front of you. That eyeglass case was in that pocket behind the passenger seat. And then there was found just a small amount, usable amount of marijuana in a glass smoking pipe wrapped in bubble wrap. So I guess nobody took, I mean, nobody said it's fine or nobody took credit.
Yes.
All 3 of you were
I
charged.
assume that's why we all 3 went to jail that night.
Did you know who was driving the car or who the person even was?
I believe his name was Jacob.
But yeah, I mean, did you know him personally?
No, that was the first time meeting him. The first 3 to 5 minutes of knowing him.
Who do you think it was? I mean,
I'm not sure. Once we got to the actual court dates for all of us, they kind of separated us. It wasn't all one case together. So I'm not sure as far as their sentences or anything other than my own. I haven't really had contact with either of them.
Were you using,
since that date.
I mean, were you smoking marijuana back then?
No, not at this time.
So when were you, so when, you should know at the time when you smoked before?
Yes.
So when's the last time you used marijuana?
It would have been probably, yeah, late 2017. Before that, I think it was December.
Yeah, this was December 29th.
Yes.
So you were, how old were you when you got this, I mean, when you were arrested?
I would have been,
19, 20?
yes.
And you haven't used since before this arrest?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Newsom.
so what are you doing with your life now?
I am finishing college up right now. I'm a music major, kind of a little different pathway than pharmacy technician, but I've been working for this pharmacy for, in November, it'll be 5 years now, just as a clerk. And like I said, there's multiple locations, so I got to move around a lot and kind of get acquainted with the company in general. So I've been working there as I finished school.
And were you in school?
There in Fort Smith at the University of Arkansas.
And what pharmacy you with?
I'm sorry?
What pharmacy are you with?
Health Depot Pharmacies.
Health Depot.
Yes, Health Depot.
I guess, is that what used to be West Ark? Is that the
Yes,
college up there?
yeah.
So you're doing positive things?
Yes, trying to say.
Okay, and you haven't been in any more trouble?
No, no.
You know not to go there?
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay, especially if you're music major, what are you gonna do with that?
I'm really interested in not only the performance side, but the recording side of the music, so I could.
So were you gonna try to teach or anything?
No, I took like a performance degree pathway instead of education, just because I want to kind of stay in the studio and that kind of thing.
But stuff like this will stop you in education also.
Yes.
Because that's a licensed profession.
Mhm.
So, hope you know that.
Yes.
And your pharmacy knows all about what you.
Yes,
what you- The group of people you were with and what came out of it.
Yes.
What about friends now? Who are your friends?
I hang out with all my family, not the same friends as the one that's in question of that night. I've met a lot of good people from school as well that I've gotten to know well. So even one that happens to work at one of the other stores.
When one of these people came to you, said, were they your cousin or something, or did I just?
One of them was, yes.
Do you don't associate with?
No, I mean, I see him from time to time, I don't spend time with him anymore.
Any other questions? Any other board members? Do it better than you. They won't do it again? Won't see the head shake over it.
What? I won't do it again.
So what's the rule? All right, who wants to do the motion?
So.
Motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passed.
If you just want to have a seat up front, we'll get to you in a few minutes.
Thank you for your time.
Take care of yourself.
So Anthony, you ready? You get your classes done with those?
Well, I'm told I have to leave a little bit early, so.
How you doing today? I'm there. Good.
Busy day.
So you guys look under Samantha Thomas, I think on that first page, it's got the wrong name. on
Yeah,
it.
the name's wrong, but the information's correct.
Correct information. So Ms. Thomas, did you have any questions before we start today? I know you've been here before. All right, so I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Daniel.
She appeared back in 2019 at an informal. She applied to a shoplifting conviction. She was not honest on her 2019 application about her criminal history. And so that application was denied in 2009 when she appeared for the informal. And she was told that she could reapply after a year. So she's done that. She's reapplied and she's come back in here today, has no issue since, or has has not had any problems since she was in here last time that we're aware of, but I'll let her get into more of that just a minute. Like I said, does have that one conviction back in 2012, it wasn't honest over application to definitely. So she's back in here today asking for her new application. So, Ms. Thomas, I'm just kind of turn it over to you, and I guess just the board kind of want to know what you've been doing since and what's been going on since you were here last. And if you'll kind of speak up, I know it's hard to be heard out of the mask, but if you kind of speak up so they can, so
do I need to speak on my conviction or just what I'm doing now?
just kind of, I guess, what you're doing now, if they have questions about anything else, they'll ask you kind of what you're doing now. I know we've talked, I think you got a new job or you're doing some training, so it's kind of want to know what's going on with that.
Well, I'm actually still at my same job, which is Walmart. I take classes at PT and I'm going to CNA classes currently. I was in class, but I had to leave to get the I'm basically just trying to do better. I have a 10-month, I actually have 4 kids. At the time of my conviction, I had 2 and I was pregnant at the time and I was taking baby clothes, which was wrong. I know that I regret it every day. But I'm just trying to do better. I'm just really trying to just move up.
So at the informal, she had marked no, understand.
Yeah, and the original, on the original, she had marked no, that she didn't have any conviction. And I've put that back right here. She she was observed concealing items in a baby carrier and then leaving the store, which, kind of matches what she just said. There were also 2 other subjects involved with that. I guess she observed 3 people. And on that first application, she marked no that she had been arrested, I believe, based on that, mostly that from what I can tell from my notes, that they denied that application due to the fact that she was not honest and told her that she could reapply after a year passed, and more than a year has passed, I guess. She was here November of 2019. Yeah, 19. And the new application she submitted June 18th of this year. So.
Shoplifting occurred at Walmart, and you currently work at Walmart?
Yes.
Walmart's not on the road.
Is it the same store or a different store?
The same store.
Okay.
And you had a fellow with you,
No, I guess I didn't pull my history, but I've been there for 6 years now.
I guess you're wanting to work at a Walmart pharmacy or somewhere else.
Correct.
Have you talked to them about working in the pharmacy?
Yes, they was actually trying to get me in the pharmacy back in 2019, but I have not.
So what department are you currently working in?
The front end, I'm a cashier.
What was the items?
Very close.
And that matches the report.
This was $108. $108 in this. Not $15,000.
Right along. At least the ones that the transgressions were against. Well, they live with I go. Is that a motion, Lynn?
A motion and a second. Any further discussions? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
I will, if you just want to have a seat up front, we'll get you your license in just a few minutes, you can leave it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We'll give this to Chrissy real quick, and then we just got 2 that are here, so thank you. Just couple minutes.
How about I take that to Christie when we start?
We have Deanna Pettit, who, let's see, she was scheduled to be here at 1 o'clock. This is a pharmacy technician application and full procedure. In 2001, she was arrested for 3 felony drug charges. She also has a misdemeanor battery arrest and arrested for a criminal mission in 2020. The drug arrest was a search and seizure warrant. She was in a back room where drugs and methamphetamine ingredients were found. Based on these arrests and the fact that she's not here today and the fact that she did not disclose any of them, we asked her application be denied. So, second.
The motion is second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
Next, we have Tiffany Lee. Did not disclose any arrest. In 2001, she has possession of marijuana conviction. She was a passenger in a car and marijuana was found in her purse. And like I said, I know it's no conviction, but she did not disclose it either, and she's not here today. Based on all of that, we would ask her application denied.
A motion is second. Any further discussion? If not, signify by saying aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
That's all I have for today. Pull up tomorrow's schedule. We have 9. We're scheduled to start at 9 tomorrow. We've got first thing, we have a couple of pharmacies with inspection issues and investigations into that. And then mid-morning, we've got it's like 7 or 8 more technicians, and then that's it. So we have work lunch tomorrow. I think we're just gonna run out and pick up pizza, something easy. So we'll have lunch tomorrow, so whenever we get through, we can have a quick lunch and then that'll be it. You got anything else to go?
No, I got all our discussion this morning.
Like I said, and we are started, and we do have, like I said, there's several people on those inspections coming, so we'll try to start right at 9. All got to adjourn.
Say aye. Aye.
Yes.
See you.